And officially live on YouTube as well. Let me just change the title. I totally forgot to change the Oh crap! No, 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 no! Stop. Internet switch shoddy. So I don't know if this is going to. Um. Okay, it should be good. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. Should I go live elsewhere too, like Rumble or Kick? Kick's not available. Kick's still not available in my country. Oh, it is. Oh, it's Kickstarter. Wait. Oh, wait, it is. Oh, Kick is available again. So what the hell? Can I go live? What's my password? I forgot my Kick password. Just give me a sec, guys. Because Kick has been banned in my country for a while. But I just checked Kick, the website, and and it's working again. Oh. Wait, let me just relog into my old account, see if I can still recover my thing. 32 characters long. It should include one lowercase and one uppercase. Okay, then let's do that. Okay.
Cuddle Waddle? Do you actually call it that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're done.
Jeez, so
You
many
don't like Cuddle Waddle?
verifications. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just
I
gonna
don't
set
know
this
what that.
up.
Yeah. You don't like Cuddle Waddles?
Okay. Oh, I do have my old account.
Do you like Cuddle
Nice.
Waddles? Yes or no?
Cuddles?
I totally
Cuddle
forgot how to go
Waddles.
live and Kick.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Oh, create a dashboard. That's right. It's almost similar um to freaking Twitch, anyways. Um. Okay, let's get the streamer key. What? Another one. Copy that. Let's see if I can go live on Kick once again, okay? Because I used to go live on Kick, and I got a decent amount of viewers there than on Twitch. So let's see if I can do that again, okay? All right, I should be going live soon. Let's see how this goes. How do I edit my? I forgot how to do this. Let's see how this. Oh no, yeah, I'm live. How do I edit my info? Okay, this one. Okay. Yeah, all right, cool, cool. It's been so long, I forgot how to do this. In that, let's pin that to message. I can hear a rat. I've never had a rat inside my house before. All right. So today I'm gonna start streaming. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was just so surprised about that Kick thing that it threw me off guard. But today we're going to just finish. I think I'm around 6 pages, 6 or 7 pages away from finishing this week's manga pages for chapter 2 of Final Fortress. Um, and yeah, so the chapter 2 is actually kind of action packed. Half of it is action packed, and there's 50 pages on chapter 2 since this is going to be a monthly manga. Okay, so here's a couple of things. So this one's gonna be very big because the top part here, I'm actually painting this part separately on a different page, which will be this thing. Oh, not that one. This thing. Okay, so this I will copy paste this on top of this, which will take a while to do. And then here on the bottom part, it's something similar, but I haven't started that yet. So let's just get into it. Yeah, it's a really good time to finish this painting. This it looks almost done, but there's still a couple of things I need to do. For example, these pillars here. I actually need to redo this. Okay, let's delete that because what I want to do is create not a perfect circle on top, something more like that, a cylinder, so to say. Um. Okay. So like this. All right. Let's turn everything off first. I need to finish this thing. Whoops. I just opened my chat app. I can see everybody's chat on all platforms. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm waiting for the app to come up. There it is. All right, let's continue. And that should be there. So I'm just blocking the shapes that I want to add on here. Okay, nothing to it. This should be more like this, right? A bit more flat in the bottom. Like really flat, like that. That looks better. Okay, and then the next one, duplicate that, will be right behind the wall here, a bit bigger, and it should cover that part of the wall. Maybe even a bit bigger, like really big. So there's like two pillars here, okay? The couple of other ones, we will also copy paste this and make it smaller, like so. erase this part so it looks more like it's going into the wall, right? But and we'll just repeat that process all throughout the walls, okay? But for now, I'm just going to render one of them, which is this one. So let's just start doing that. Whoops, did I delete it? I did. I need some details here. Oh man, I should have. Okay, let's add the details first. I'm gonna turn everything off. Just to make my life easier, right? I'm just going to make a something like this, a symmetry tool, the symmetry tool. Okay, that looks good. And we're gonna sculpt this later too. Okay, I'm just like outlining where everything will go first, and then a lot of this line work won't be visible after we've added in the details. But I want a more ornate kind of a wall here, a pillar. Okay, so what do we need for the pillar, right? What are the purpose of the pillar? They're supposed to be watchtowers, for example, or entrance to maybe an interior part of the wall. So let's add some windows here, like that. And this is supposed to be a gigantic wall. So let's make the windows a bit more tiny, a bit more smaller. Something like that, right? It makes the scale really, really big. And do that. I'm just copy pasting these so, I don't have to do them over and over again. The way here. One more time. Adjusting the distance. And they don't have to be exact, but they at least need to be even. Okay, now we're going to repeat that process. This time, we're going to put one to the side, just a little bit below it, like so. And put that in perspective, of course. Something like that, okay? Lagging. I bet my Twitch algorithm is also, I mean, my Kick algorithm is also messed up now. Just because I haven't been online for a very long time there. I kind of feel sad because I remember when I first streamed there, I had some views. Okay, that looks about right. Duplicate that. Around that much. So I'm just really eyeballing this detail. Not really perfect. Okay. And let's add in more details here. So what about pillars within a pillar? Okay, that sounds good. Add two pillars here. I'm really doing more concept art here than anything. And more bulging here, I guess. More windows. This time I'm just sketching the windows. They don't have to be overly detailed, right? So maybe these are the stairs. This is the stairs. And we'll invent some pulley system so that, an elevator system. We're going to think as if we're going to design something, an elevator that the medieval age, an elevator that looks like it came from the medieval age. So when you're designing something like that, obviously there were no elevators back then. You have to design it in a way as if um, how they would approach it, right? They could have invented an elevator. So what would that look like then? Okay, later we'll do that, but I don't think it's necessary here because it's like in an interior shot anyway, an exterior shot. So elevators should be in the bottom. So this would be stairs. Um, Erase the middle part and let's add a symbol here. A religious symbol. Okay, and then let's add flags. Should be some flags here. What else can we add here, right? I'm gonna look at some references then. Hmm. All right, so under the bottom part, we could add support units like this. Support. Boom. I'm just eyeballing the perspective at the moment. Uh, Somewhere here. Maybe that's too far. There. Okay, that looks good to me. That looks good. Maybe too much here. Let's reduce the angle. I really like how this is turning out. Um, there's a lot of details that I really like here. And this is what I said earlier, that this part here will take quite some time to finish because there's just a lot of things I need to consider. And I'm actually kind of shooting myself in the foot here because it does not need to be this detail, okay? I just want to make it really cool for my readers to see when they flip that page and then they see this thing. Okay, I'm gonna render this just a little bit because it's gonna be part of a bigger tower, and I may also use this in my asset library soon. Put normal multiply 4455. Yeah, this is good. So where was that light coming from? Coming from the front. Okay, so the light should be around. We don't need the symmetry tool anymore. The light should be coming from around here. Okay, here and here. And as it goes further towards the tower, the light's going to be less effective. And from here on, I think I can just render this by erasing the shadows like this. I could do cell shading, but it doesn't fit the overall aesthetic of what I've already built. So let's just blend this up a little bit here. And this won't be the final render. There's going to be a lot of things we're going to add here before its final form can even be realized. Okay, just softly. There you go. Turning up to be heck of a cylinder of a tower here. It's supposed to be Greek inspired, this building. I know it doesn't look Greek. It's a bit fantastical. But the pillar idea, and how the Greeks and the Romans too built the pillar style building. I don't know what you call that technique. Um, so that's the inspiration for this wall. It's gonna be decorated to it's gonna be decked out with a lot of decorations too once it's done. It's gonna look so cool. So this part, we're just going to hash out some shadows here and there. I'm just I kind of stutter sometimes. Okay, sorry about that. I kind of just think of this part as the bounce light. Jesus Christ, that was brain freeze, right? Brain fart. I just said fart on stream. Okay. And that's the basic render. Let's do a dark. You know what? I could probably just make this darker and it'll fit the world. Yeah, that looks nice. Um, Add some lighting in this thing. Overlay. Okay, that looks nice. Now let's add some textures because I need it to belong to the I need it to look like it belonged to that wall there, okay? That's my textures. I know it looks shit. Let's make that fit. So the way I would do this is I have the warp tool. Oops, here. And just, put that in place like so. And it should just warp itself into the building. Okay. That looks nice. Looks good to me. And now um I needed to follow some I need to make that a bit weaker so I can see some of the details, yeah? Okay. That looks good. Let's delete this part. And also this part. Hmm. Okay, I see what's going on here. Oops. Do that again on the other side. This side will be much, much fainter. Like that. Why is that? Does that look weird? It does look weird. And that's it. For the windows, we're gonna add some light too. Okay, it's not gonna be too fancy. Just something like this. Especially here in the dark side. Not all windows, of course, just some of them. Okay, I quite like that. I think I want to add some hatching lines to some texture there here. Okay, like this. Hello, Rain Day. Hey man, welcome to the stream. Watching while eating dinner. Hey, there you go. I personally haven't had my dinner yet. I'll do that later. I'm not really hungry anyway. Okay, I'm quite happy with this. I don't really have anything else to add. Let's see if we can add a little bit more to it. What are you drawing? I'm drawing a section for the background that I'll be putting in my manga, on a page of my manga. I mean, you'll see in just a bit. I'm just looking for a texture that will help me with um this pillar. What about this one? No, no, maybe some lights. I actually kind of like that. It has that kind of curve, right? I do this. Backgrounds. Yeah, this is gonna be backgrounds. I'll show you in just a little bit. Okay, hold on. I do this, and then we kind of erase a little bit of it. Adds this really nice striations, right? Really, really cool. Other side too. Actually, that's fine. Okay, I'm quite happy with this. Let's group this up. It's pillars. Duplicate the group and merge all the layers. So now this is just one layer. Okay, so this is what I'm working on. Let's just turn on everything. But the wall still looks pretty bland, and honestly, it doesn't look as epic as I wanted it to be. The girl texture, the grid texture really sets the deal. Yeah, it does. Where can I read your manga, by the way? Oh, I pinned the link on the comment section. On the chat, by the way. That's on the chat. That's chapter 1. This background here is for chapter 2. A page on chapter 2. So I'm already working on chapter 2. Put that behind the wall. Make that bigger. Actually, just put it there. Okay. That looks nice, but it looks too small. Still too small. Even bigger. Okay. So to make this look like it's going inside the wall, I need to erase some part of it, okay? Like that. Hmm. Don't like it. It doesn't feel like it belonged there. That might be a problem. But if we, I think it's because of the legs here. It's not in perspective. Yeah, this part is not in perspective. So I'll have to redraw this bottom bit here. It's okay though. It's not a big deal. Okay. Now what do we do? Because it still wouldn't fit here. So the idea is that this, it looked really nice earlier, by the way, when I tested out the shape. For some reason, it doesn't look as good as I thought it would. Uh, Try flipping it horizontally before placing it down. Flipping it horizontally. What do you mean? Whoa. Should be there. It looked nice earlier when I was testing this. I guess this looks okay. But now the problem is this part, this part of the leg, right? It's like right behind the floor. I'm gonna have to edit the floor. Where's my floor? There and there. We Okay. That looks a little bit better. I leave it like this, okay? This looks okay to me. Okay-ish. I'm still not satisfied. But I got a few ideas on how to make it better. I just need to cheat a little bit. I'll show it to you in a bit, okay, what I have in mind. It's too big. Around here. Hmm. I'm thinking should be here. The problem is that this thing does it have to be okay? That's a bit better. The problem is the perspective, right? It doesn't need to be bigger. It needs to be taller. I think it's because one tower cuts through. I think it's because one tower cuts through tower right at the middle, but the other seems to be too further back. Definitely perspective. It's definitely a perspective issue and also a layering issue. I think I don't need to make this bigger. I think it makes the problem worse. I need to make it taller. Yeah. Okay. Because see, that looks okay to me. I'm just gonna attempt to pseudo draw this. Okay, really quickly. See if I can salvage the drawing. You know what? I don't need to do that. I actually have that here. And let's see if we can make it. It's a tad bit taller, right around there, right? Yeah, that should be it. Um, make this. It's a perspective issue. I did test this out earlier, and it looked good, but in practice, it looks wonky. I'm just this is just something quick. I'm attaching stuff. Let's see. Why won't that? Okay, thank you. Okay, just blend that so it doesn't look too obvious. That looks okay-ish. This perspective is wrong. It should be something like this. No, no, no. More like this. I think I can see the problem, but I can't put it into words. I'll figure it out, I guess. You know, it's okay. I think I do know the problem, and I can approach this in one or two ways. You know, I think the problem is this section of the, like this section, right? This part here is the problem. Because if I say put something here, okay, let's just imagine for a sec that that does not exist. See, that looks good, right? Um, maybe I need to move it just a little bit more, attached to that second pillar. See, that looks good. Okay, there's no problem. But when I turn this off, now it's the problem of this thing. So what I'm thinking of just cheating my way out of this, and I'm just gonna cover this entire part. Okay, so I don't have to think about it. The way I would do that is some trees. I need to add some trees. This is cheating, but hey, you know, I could just do this. All right, just something. Just really quickly. Obviously, I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be it. All right, and then the problem goes away. Where is this thing? Why is it like that? So weird. Leaf bush cover. Yeah, I know, right? But this is supposed to be a 200-meter wall, but it doesn't look like a 200-meter wall because it looks too short. If I push the wall up like this, all right, what about we do that? Ooh, not too bad, I think. Yeah. Let's turn off the pillars and put this thing here a little bit. I think it looks, it just looks closer, right? I think it looks closer. If I put this here, for example, I think the best way to approach this to imply scale is to have something big next to it and then make it small. Does that make sense? So, for example, a house, and then make a tiny house, so you have a frame of reference and compare the wall to a house. Yeah, I'll keep this for now, okay? We'll go back to the problem later. I do think I kind of fixed it a little bit by adjusting this part of the pillar. It does look kind of okay-ish. Maybe I can even take it further by overlaying some details here like this, right? Yeah, I think it does. That does help. Yeah, I think that helps. Cluster of cheese would work, or maybe flock of birds flying in front of the wall. I think I do. I want a bunch of buildings here, somewhere around here. right? Just really tiny, a tiny village, and it's being enveloped by the walls. And instead of trees, I might just draw houses. But if I draw foreground houses, then it's gonna make the um the wall really small. Okay, let's draw it a red. See, if there's a house there that's supposed to be in the foreground, it kind of ruins. I don't know. It looks like it ruins the walls to me. It looks like it's making it small. But maybe if I continue to build smaller houses here, right? Just something like that, all the way up there. I think that could work. And here too. And then maybe a cluster of trees here just to cover this up. Cluster of trees here, trees here. And instead of a house on the other foreground, let's put a tree here. I'm not quite sure. Time to whip out the basic shapes. Big walls need a gigantic isolated field due to its size. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll just stick to trees, right? Let's just stick to trees. There's nothing supposed to be here anyway. In the map, there's not a village here. The entire structure is supposed to be a garrison for soldiers anyways already, so they don't need a village. The wall itself is like a city within itself. Okay. um so let's just do that. Yeah, you're right. um let's start with the foreground. Okay, I mean the background trees. Make it really tiny. Tiny trees. Tiny trees. I know it looks really terrible at the moment. Just bear with me. And let's make another one. This one just a bit closer. And not everything will be covered. Just the sides here. Make a new layer. Make really big ones. And one more layer. Let's make actually a fourth cover here. Okay. Now we're into the foreground. And it leads up there. We'll also add maybe a road in here. So let's just light that up. I need some color differences. Some haze effect, something like this. Okay. I think the haze also helps with the scale. Whoa. Oh, wait. Wait. Let's redo that. Yeah, the trees work well with the size. Yeah. It does. Okay, there you go. Next. And finally. I'm not quite sure about that. Oh no, I put that on the same layer as the line. We're gonna erase some trees around this part. Just not too many trees. Ooh, look at that. Okay, that does add to the scale, right? I really like it. Hey, Elias, what's up, man? It's gonna be a longer stream today, guys, because I'm actually the only one here in my house. My wife and kids are having a vacation with with his mom and dad. With my wife's having a vacation with her mom and dad in the province. I didn't go with them. I wish I did, to be honest with you. But I got like work. I gotta provide, the woes of being a dad. Okay, maybe reduce the light here. So I can stream a lot longer today. I'll probably stream until was it 8? It's 9 right now, almost 9. I'll probably stream until like 1, right? Because I haven't had they won't be back until Monday next week in 2 weeks. And I haven't really had anybody to talk to in the house, since my son's not here. It's so quiet, it's like driving me crazy. It was nice at first, okay? Some peace and quiet. And now I'm so bored. Time for a house party? Yeah. I wish I had friends. But most of my friends are like also 30-ish and they have kids of their own. It's very difficult. I feel like this needs one more layer before the foreground. Yeah, okay. That does help a little bit. Very nice. I like it, right? I really like it. Okay, let's add the other pillars now. It should be easy to do. I'm gonna group the trees because this is gonna be a nightmare to organize later. Discord stream. Anyone? Everyone open mic joking. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I used to join a lot of Discord streams and just chat with people there. Happy, say man, welcome to the stream. But recently, some of my friends in Discord also hasn't been online for a while, and some of my other channels besides the Jingles Pub channel, they haven't been active too. So it's kind of weird. People are just going away from Discord, I suppose. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, maybe it's because of their policy. I heard some drama with that. Okay, that looks good. Um, and once again, somewhere here, make this a bit darker. All right, next is we're gonna have to edit these because they need to go inside of the wall. Like half of their body is supposed to eat the wall like this. Okay, like that. That looks good. Same here. That looks good. All right, I'm quite happy with this. So I don't need to do this one because obviously we can't see the other side of the wall. Let's just group this again. Pillars. I definitely spelled that wrong. Let's put that there. So next is the details for the wall. I don't want to leave the wall to be just like this. I want it to have a little bit of detail into it. So it's not going to be too much detail. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. I get it. Let's just draw a circle line like this. Let's align. Jesus Christ. How hard is it to draw a line? Okay. Now, start that thing. Actually, let's just duplicate that so I have a copy of that line. And then I can replicate the process. Right there. It's not a perfect perspective, but it's close, right? So I don't really have to get it perfect. As long as it's close, it's good enough. So the other one needs to go here. Smaller. Distort. And that's it. Let's add more stuff here. Maybe some supports. Okay. This is turning out really good. This place, by the way, takes place in my manga, and this is the north wall. There's this each region of the final fortress guards a certain wall, and there's supposed to be this larger than life, huge walls, um, as a redundancy to the barrier. And this span like miles and miles and miles. Okay, so we're just looking at certain points. Um, yeah. So let's do this. And what else are you gonna do? Oh yeah, shade this thing. Okay. Multiply 55%. Let's add some textures. There we go. Like a worn down texture, okay? Textures really make a lot of difference. I mean, this looks really cool, but it's just the texture is doing all the heavy lifting. I think the pillar needs more textures too. It's okay. All right, I really like this now. Maybe let's add some lighting too with the whoops, overlay. Nah, that looks terrible. Let's just add normal lighting like that. And done. The next thing is some tiny details on top of the wall. Maybe because it's so high, right? They may need a crane or a mechanical elevator, things like that. I think you see that on Attack on Titan, where they try to carry the horse on top of the wall and then back down again to the other side of the wall. So we'll add something similar, okay? So it should be behind the walls here. We'll add ourselves some mechanical crane here. They're gonna be really small, right? Barely noticeable. I mean, it's like that small. Probably even smaller. Add a crane. So cranes, maybe I'm thinking of more like a trebuchet shape. than an actual modern crane. And I don't need to be hyper detailed with this. Okay, they're really really small, guys. Okay, so that serves as its wheels. And sort of like they kind of ramp this thing up right now. They kind of spin this thing, and um, let's now build some pillars around here like this. Again, they don't have to be detailed. It's a tiny thing, barely noticeable. And finally, the actual crane itself. Made out of wood. Up here. All right. There's a crane there. We'll add one more here, and maybe, maybe this thing is like trebuchet. Use gravity instead of rope tension. Yeah, I know, but I just like that shape. This is not exactly a trebuchet, but it looks like a trebuchet. Instead, it's a crane. And let's just copy that here too. Here it's smaller because it's further away. Make it smaller. I believe a trebuchet uses like a lever system. I'm not quite sure. I'm not an expert in that stuff. It looks like a lever system, right? A leverage system. Sorry, not a lever. Where the weight kind of distributes the sling action. Hey Ash, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. All right, I really like those crane. What do you guys think? We'll of course add some details, some tiny fun details like a string here. I need a different layer. Strings here, carrying. I think this is too big, right? The wall small by just in perspective. That's the size of a tree. So these cranes would be almost the size of a tree. Ashan, hey, sorry about that. So they should be really small like this. The crane adds civilization to the wall. Oh, there is civilization to the wall. In fact, this is a garrisoned wall, and it's supposed to be gigantic. So these cranes aren't helping if they're that big. Around that area. Leave it here. Let's make these even smaller. They're so small now. I'll even add one on one of these structure. Like this behind the pillar. And this time, let's make it that, as if it's facing the other side. There you go. By the way, great work. Thanks, eh? It's coming along. It's coming along. Okay. Why not use cannons like in Monster Hunter games? The cannons should be on the other side of this wall, right? Because it's a really thick wall. I mean, it goes further inwards. And so cannons will be in the other side. But that would be cool. We'll add some flags here too. So what I'm thinking is that on the other side of the wall, facing the barrier, would be like the weapons, right? Maybe not cannons, but like ballistas and trebuchets, catapults, things like that. Siege weapons. Maybe cannons, right? Like close. I think cannons are really close to the Middle Ages. But on the side where civilization is, They're more like utility cranes, stairs, windows, stuff like that. I think I'm really happy with this already. Let's add some. I'm gonna add more details to it. Okay, sorry guys. Maybe some flags. That's a huge flag. I gotta be careful with the perspective here. Maybe some more here. Flags. You know, one of those Roman flags with the more golden stuff in them. I'll add that too. More like banners than flag, right? But they're really tiny. I don't need to be detailed. It kind of gives you a sense of scale, right? It's gonna copy paste that here. At least that's my hope. Are you making your manga? Yes, I am making my manga. This is gonna be a part of chapter 2 of my manga, a section of it. I kind of want to make this a double page spread now, because this is just gonna be a part of. Well, it's like a big part of a panel. Anyway, okay, so let's invent a pulley system here with these things. Okay. So maybe they're pulling up supplies. Ah, crap. Purdy? What do you mean, man? I am too. Great, I am too. You're making a manga too? That's so exciting. You should link us the I don't know if it's a good idea. But yeah, you should tell us where to find your manga. Perspective is wonky, of course. Right, something like this. That. And not all of them will have something there, right? Maybe just some of them. Yeah. There you go. Manga Plus. I actually have my manga on Manga Plus. It's actually in the pinned comment, pinned chat. Yeah. My manga actually I only sorry, I'm stuttering again. I only expected it to have at least a few hundred, maybe even less than 100 views. I didn't expect it to go 4,000. I think I'm on 4,000. Let me check my viewers now, my readers. I'm in 4,000 readers. Yeah. So cool, man. I'm so happy. I'll read it. I read it. Give it a like. Or maybe leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm, I think. And yeah, give me feedback on the manga too. I mean, I would love to know your thoughts if where I can improve on the art or the dialogue or the pacing. I'm absolutely open to those kind of things. Okay, and be absolutely brutal on the comment side. Don't hold back on your criticisms. Is this screen toned or just grade? No, this is just grade. It'll be a nightmare doing this on a screen tone. So also that's another thing. I am kind of breaking some rules on my manga now. I think I am gonna add just a little bit of grays instead of using screen tones all the time. It's still going to be at least 80 to 90% screen toned, but I am gonna be a bit more liberal on my grays. Okay. Well, I'll read it. I'll be right back. Okay, man. Thank you, Ashan. I think I already like this thing. Maybe I just need to detail the trees here because I can definitely do that. Let's block in the trees. Some white. Let's see what this looks like. Nope. Looks bad. That looks bad. Oh shit, that's not too bad. Still looks bad. Tree texture, maybe here. Oh, that looks nice. Okay. Okay. Well, let's mess with that. I'm not sure about that one. Whoa. So I'm just looking for a nice texture that goes with uh these trees here, okay? This looks nice. Maybe bigger. That looks nice. Let's just make it a bit darker. Is it still on Webtoon? I have a version of it on Webtoon, but I wouldn't recommend it reading on Webtoon because Webtoon was a really difficult time editing it. There were some spelling mistakes there that I kind of missed, and I was able to edit the mistakes on Shueisha's Manga Plus, but not on Webtoon. So I kind of just abandoned Webtoon and just stick with Manga Plus instead, only because their website was so hard to navigate, and I kind of just gave up. Well, Shueisha's, it was so hard to edit. Any art reviews tonight, Jingo? I don't think anybody submitted anything, right? Let me check the channel. Well, you did. Okay, there's like one art review from you. Let's do art review a little later, okay? Because this is almost done. I want to finish this before I do the review. This is almost done. Okay, I'll review your art. Oh, you know what? You know what? I did not do the art review last week, didn't I? Yeah. Did I do art review? There's three submissions then. Okay. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I totally forgot. I remember last week I overslept, and then I totally forgot about the art submissions. Okay, so we will do a proper art review later. Again, once I finish this, because this is again almost done. All right. Where's my chat? Keeps going away. Ah, there it is. Yeah, there was an art review last week. Yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I'll review your artwork tonight. Totally forgot. I thought I did do the art review, so I kind of discarded it, disregarded it. I think I'm okay with this now. So let's just copy this. You know what I could add? I keep thinking of the things that I could add. Is shadow for these pillars, for these things here. Okay, let's just do that. Attention to detail, huh? Shadow. Okay. Get this one. And that's it. Okay, I promise that's it. All right, so let's just merge that. So now it's on one layer. And now I can just copy paste this. So this was always the plan. Yo, dude, I just read your manga and I'm blown up by the art, the dialogue, and everything. I swear I absolutely loved it. You already finished it? It's a 44-page manga. Dude, you're a fast reader. All right, so where was I gonna put this thing? Oh, here. So I was gonna put this here, and it's supposed to be placed right there. Wait, why isn't that? Give me a sec. Okay, right there. All right. So I'm kind of breaking some rules here, my own rules, where I'm not supposed to use black and white for the manga, but only because I want this particular part of the artwork to shine a little bit more. And there you go. So let's just render this page now. Maybe adjust this a little bit. Okay. Ooh, I really like this. Um, do this. And now we're gonna color this using screen tones, okay? Because although I'm breaking my rules, I would still want to adhere to a lot of them, which is not to use gray. So I'm only using gray for that one panel. And now I'm using screen tones to give the illusion of gray. Dude, I'd love to read chapter 2. I'm so excited. Hey, this what you're seeing right now is chapter 2, but I'm not going to give any context. It's fine for me to spoil what's going on. There's not much going on here anyway. Without the dialogue, I don't think it's much of a spoilers. So I'm cool with that. But chapter 2 won't be out maybe until if I can finish it in 3 weeks or 4 or 5 weeks from now. Okay, it's gonna be a it's gonna be a long ride because I can only finish between 8 to 9 pages per week. This week I finished 8. Last week I finished 5. No, 6. No, 5. Right, I finished 5 last week, and then next week I'll finish. I'll try to finish 10. So I'll be 23 pages next week, hopefully. So chapter 2 is a 50-page chapter. So it's huge. It's big. It's a bigger than chapter 1. And there are some more important things going on in chapter 2 as well. I'm actually kind of hyped myself. I really want to just get into chapter 2. But yeah, gotta be patient with it. I don't want to rush it. The only thing I don't want to rush, most of all, well, of course, I don't want to rush anything. But if there's one thing I can't skip, you know what I mean? It's the writing. It's so important because I can do the art really easily now because I've been drawing for a very long time. But the writing is so damn difficult. Okay, go. Destroyed buildings. I'll finish this page and we'll get into art review, okay? Actually, I kind of want to get into art review now. My favorite character is probably Hikari. She's definitely the most well-rounded character out of all of them. Her and Aki. Chapter 2 is more Aki-centric. Aki is this character, by the way. Um, it's a duo protagonist sort of deal, right? Similar to Full Metal Alchemist, where there are two main protagonists. There's two main protagonists, and it's gonna be Aki and Hikari. What was I gonna do? Okay, right. Art submissions. Let me just set my stuff up for a bit. I hope people are here that submitted their artwork. All right, let's start with this artwork, okay? Who submitted this thing? Virgil Des. The Japanese, Virgil and then this, right? A very Japanese thing to say. Where is my chat? Chat keeps disappearing sometimes. This chapter gives me a small glimpse into chapter 2, and I already like that random guy riding a horse. Oh, okay. The horse guy. Don't want to spoil much too about that, but yeah. So let's do art review, yeah? So this was submitted by Virgil This. Uh, and this is a very lovely artwork. I mean, yeah, it's there's still some things that I would like to say about it. For example, here's what my biggest tip to this kind of artist is to spend more time on the artwork. Okay, this is already great. I love the thing that you did with the trees here. They're highly textured. I can tell it's a brush, by the way. I think I have the same brush. But it's really nice. But what I'd like you to do next time though is spend more time drawing your characters. Um, because you could totally add more stuff to this. There's some really fun things you can add, like the metal textures on the plate armor of for the girls here. Right, things like that. Some fold textures here. I'm actually gonna just let's just copy this. Okay, here is what I would like you to do next time. Let's copy this. Now I know it's a bit difficult. We're not gonna do something that what I'm doing right now. Instead, I'm gonna give you a tip of what you can do with this level of art. Okay, and I'm gonna be very honest with this review, by the way. Hey, sir, do you know Shrimpy? Shrimpy? I don't know Shrimpy. I'm sorry. Is here. Okay, so the armor, for example. Now we're not gonna do too much of a crazy render for the armor, so I'm just gonna go and see what you can do with this level of artwork. Okay, and then just use this tip as a stepping stone, a guideline to do something of your own. So for the armor, I want you to reflect the world. Okay, so it's a bit green right now, and so I would like to take a little bit of green and just very slightly here. Okay, whoops, no, that's a screen tone brush, and just reflect the world. So here, so this make it shine a little bit. That's what I'm trying to say. Just do something like this. Very simple, very low stress, but it adds a little bit of shine to the plate armor, right? Around these lines here where there you have line work, that's going to shine the most because there's some separation there, right? Especially here. Just things like that, right? Adds a little bit of a shine to your armor. It makes it look a little bit more high quality. So all throughout the legs and here too, especially here. Okay, so that's the shine part. Now, what you can also add some darker parts because again, it's just reflect the metal here is just reflecting the world. Okay, so let's add in some darker parts. Okay, so let's again take that green because the world is very green and just use a darker green here. Actually, let's yeah, that was a good idea. So what I have is a brush, just your simple brush. Then I'll reduce the opacity down to, let's say, 30, like that. So see that color right there that mixes with the gray here. Let's erase that and let's use that as something like the darker parts of the armor. So like that, okay? These will be shaded. Here will be shaded. Something like this. So spend more time with your painting and pay attention to details like this sword. Now, I know you didn't really render this, right? I'm just showing you how you can render it with this sort of level of artwork, okay? I don't want to give tips out that will just, complicate things like blending and reflecting with the world, because we can totally do that. In fact, I'll do that here, okay? But for now, I'm just going to teach you how the small things you can add that's not too overwhelming for you to learn, okay? So, for example, this shine, hopefully it's not too overwhelming. The shine of the armor, I'm just adding white to it, and already it looks a bit better. Same here, right? So with the metal here, that's gonna have a lot of shine to it. So just add something like this, right, to the axe. Um, Something like this. Okay, already it looks a tiny bit better. Darker part right next um, to the shine, and there you go. This part looks like a cylinder, so I would just add a line here, and a darker part right next to it. Same deal with this cylinder here. I just wanna I just wanna ask something. Is ink pen good for inking manga traditionally? Ink pen? You mean like one of those feathers pen? The felt tip pen? I think I know what you mean. I think it's good. Yeah, you can definitely do that. I haven't done traditional for a very long time, but before, when I used to do that with the pens, the way I would ink is a felt tip pen. Okay, I haven't really used a ink pen before. Just a felt tip pen. Yeah. I use Niku rule one in Procreate when doing metal. The Nico rule. I'm not familiar with that. Hi, good drawing. Thank. This is not my drawing, by the way. This is I'm doing a review. Yes, Nibs ones. Okay. Yeah, I think you can definitely do that. Yeah. So this is just an art review from a user called Virgil Des on my Discord server. So that's what I would like you to do. Okay, if you're here in chat, um, just do the shine here. So for normally, okay, normally if I was to render this on like a really complex render, I would do the light like this, right? More shine here, and then I would blend it here on top, and then darker part here and the bottom, maybe a bit more, not so dark. Okay, so what that's doing is it's reflecting the sky, let's say the sky here, right? Just very, very slightly. The darker trees here. And the brown thing here. So it's kind of reflecting, right? It's sort of doing that thing. So if you do that all around, it's going to look a bit better. But maybe this is too much. All right, so something like that. And if you do that all around, it's gonna look really cool. Anyways, that's what my biggest advice here. I think some of the problems here that you can also improve. What's going on with her hand? I think you forgot to draw the hand. I just noticed that. Hey, Thermos, it's not his drawing. It's okay. It's not about being better or it's being. I'm just giving art reviews really, and I understand that if I give a advice, that's it sounds so arrogant, and I apologize for saying that. Okay, but if I give advice that's a bit more complex, it might not come through as much. So I'm just giving this tiny small advice, right? The way I would improve is just small increments at a time. So yeah, so I don't really have any more criticism. Maybe the hands here. Okay, here's the thing. I have a tutorial coming next week with how to draw hands. But with the arm here, let's do an anatomy check. It looks okay. That looks good. Yeah. Maybe that's a bit too long, but that's a stylistic approach. But that looks okay. Maybe I would just um make this part a little bit thicker because this area here kind of goes like that. I guess that's fine. I guess it's fine. Yeah. Just improve on your metal. Metal is so fun to render, by the way. That's why it's the first thing I actually noticed, okay? Just spend more time, like, look, the shadows here. You can add some shadows here on the legs so they look like they're a part of the world, right? So that's what I would give. I'm just gonna give you a small advice there, and just spend more time on the texture, the lighting and stuff like that. Don't overthink it. Don't think that you need to be in like overly detail. Sir, you're amazing. Subscribed, and I'm gonna join your stream. Hey, thanks, man, or girl, whatever. Uh, yeah, don't overthink it. Okay, just use this as a stepping off point. Just throw some dots in there on your metal. That's it. Let's go to the next one. Okay, I've spent so much time on this painting. I really love it, by the way. That's why I've spent a lot of time with it. Um, so this art is from Ray, simply called Ray. Hey Ray, a regular on my channel, I think. He says, "Oh wait, there's a message here. Hey, here's a little fantasy whip piece I'm doing right now. I'm trying to make it with a bottom up perspective overall, but not sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get back to that. Okay, Virgil, I'll get back to that. Let's just move on to with Ray for now. Because I totally missed the thing that he was asking for advice. So need second pair of eyes to fix the face because it just gets worse the longer I look at. So the face is the problem. Okay, let's see what's wrong with the face. Um. Okay, so this is from Virgil. Sorry, this is from Ray. So he says that there's a problem with the face. I actually think the face is okay. I wish there was more to the face that you drew here. Let's actually flip it. Yeah, man, I think the face looks okay. This is a lovely sketch. I mean, this is a really, look at this. This is a really cool detail here. And he's in water. Obviously, there's a duck. With the face, I don't really have any criticism with this. It looks fine to me. What are you talking about? Join Discord too? Yeah, join Discord too. We're cool people. Just be nice, I think Virgil just mentioned about the bottom part perspective. Yeah, I think he did. I'll get back to that. Okay, I'm so sorry about it. I totally missed the note there. How do I join his Discord? Oh, okay. Let me give me a sec. Let me link it to you. Where in the world is my chat? It keeps going away sometimes. Actually, there's a problem with me on my end. So that's the Discord server. I'm gonna pin that on the comment too. And you can join that if you want. All right. So what would I improve on this thing? I don't really know. I already really love this. Here's what I would say with this. Okay, maybe just if you have a problem with the face, just flip it. If I flip it right now, it looks fine to me. Maybe it's the eyes here. The eyes definitely looks like it's this eye looks a tad bit closer. Let me just move that around here. Right? Now it looks like, I think you had it better there. Again, I don't have, I'm like nitpicking here, okay? What I would like to see here is, first of all, a finished painting. This looks like a sketch to me. And maybe you could draw the entire face, right? Here. So you can have a better gauge of what the face will look like. But what exactly is the problem here, Ray? I think you're in chat, right? Um, it looks good to me. I don't have a problem. I'll wait for your response. Is Ray in the stream? Can you spot that cute rubber ducky? Yeah, I did. He's in water. It's pretty cool. Can you spot this anime character though? This looks really cute. More than anything. Is Ray in chat right now? I'm not sure if he is or it's just another guy named Ray. Um, but okay. Again, I don't have any issues with this. I can't even give a proper criticism because this looks like it's hyper stylistic. And the only criticism I can give this is that it's not finished because it looks like a sketch to me. Okay, so yeah, it looks good to me, man. You said that there's a problem with the face. I can't spot it. It looks good. I'm gonna move on to the next next submission, which is from Half Piece. This thing. Now I gotta commend it to Half Piece. Okay, he's been here for a very long time in my Discord, and he submitted a lot of a lot of characters in the past, and I have seen you improve quite a lot, man. It's amazing to see. I keep saying that every stream. I know. I was probably hallucinating while drawing the face at 2 a. Okay, you probably was because I don't see any problems with that. But yeah, I keep saying it, but Half Piece, you've improved quite a lot, man. It's great to see. But the only thing that I would like to see from you is a more energetic hatching line still, okay? You're still doing the more careful hatching lines like this. Instead, I want you to flick your finger, train your fingers to get flick like this, right? Okay? That's how you should hatch. Um, with a bit more energy. But maybe that's a stylistic choice, which it's fine. I respect that. For this character, let's see what we can do. Okay, we followed a lot of my tips. Actually, I can see that you're actually erasing some parts here, right? Yeah, I remember I gave you that tip. It says the link is invalid. The hell? I just generated the link right now. All right, I'll send it again. There, try that one. Hey, it says link is invalid or expired. Um, yeah, try that one, okay? But you're going back to Half Piece. But sorry, man, I keep cutting off. Some problems with the stream. So yeah, I see that you have taken my advice here with the lighting section. It's really great. Here's another thing. Although you don't have that here. Okay, no. Yeah, it's fine. You can also do that with the hatching lines, okay? Because the hatching lines won't be entirely in shadow sometimes. Some of it will. Um. Oh, here. So here, instead of hatching lines, because these are really small, right? It's almost inconsequential. So what I want you to do is just take a really nice, a big brush, or in this case, take your pen and just stroke it here like this. Stroke it, ooh, and to make that look like it's in shadow. So you don't always have to do hatching lines. Thicker lines can also imply shadow. Okay. So also here on the bottom part, because this sash is going to cast a really heavy shadow on this skirt. Same here. Okay, this part here. You don't always have to do hatching lines. Yeah. Okay, here too. Here, you see this thing here? It's almost blending with this. The kimono here is almost blending with the ribbon that's behind her, right? So to avoid that, yeah, there's a couple of ways. You can either put a line here, or just leave it. I know that you do this traditionally. Just leave out a lighter line here. Or what you can also do is make this thicker with a pen. Okay. In fact, what I would do here is make the entire thing black and then taper out to hatching lines here. Okay. Now we can see the sleeves of the kimono being differentiated by the ribbon behind her. This is a really cool character, by the way. Kind of creepy. Maybe just add some blood coming out, maybe like this, right? This would be so cool. Is this a This looks like a manananggal from Filipino folklore. Oh, I'm so sorry because I used the wrong link. I guess I apologize. I was using the one you pinned, and now I realize the one I pinned should be okay. But yeah, You don't see it because it looks like it's blending with the sleeve here. So you can either do this or at least put in a line here. It's up to you. But man, it's been great seeing your artwork. And no lie there. This is pencil, right? Did you pencil this as well? This is pen and pencil, right? Half piece. It's a remover. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. I've never used a remover. I probably could have used a remover back in my day. But I was too lazy, man. I just want to just use one medium. But if this is a pencil, I think you can go further with a pencil, right? I think I have a pencil brush here. Where's my pencil brush? Pencil, there it is. It just sort of mimics a pencil a little bit. With a pencil, I would if you're using a pencil, I would use it to shade a little bit of some of the folds here, right? There's some folds here, maybe thicker lines with some of these. Yeah, and maybe I wouldn't even hatch the lines underneath her boobs and just pencil that instead. Yeah, that's my tip on that. Okay, maybe pencil that there. Anyway, wonderful artwork from Half Piece here. I absolutely love seeing your work. Every now and then you submit, and it's been great seeing you improve, man. Have you dabbled in webtoon style like painting? The vertical stuff. I'm torn between trying manga and vertical one. I have had a vertical webtoon series before back in 2020, 2022. I forgot what it was. Okay, it was in the early 2020s, and I'll show you some of them. I think I still have them. Give me a sec. If I can find it, right? Jeez, it's been so long. But I don't like the medium because it's so constricting. It's so restrictive, right? The I can't do a double page spread, for example, with the webtoon. I guess you could mix the two. I can definitely see mixing manga and webtoon, an art style like that. So yeah, so this is some of my this is old artwork, okay? I mean, this is really old. So I did dabble in webtoon before. This was my first ever client. And this is not my story. I just did the artwork. Okay. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you can. Well, this is a really cool scene. I like that. Yeah. This monster becomes their ally later on. And she transforms into a really hot girl. Anyways, that I did dabble in webtoon. I have been contemplating before as well. If I actually remade that webtoon. Sorry, ADHD guys. I'm like talking about one thing and then I talk about another thing. But I have dabbled in it, but I don't like the medium. I think it's too constricting, and I can't. Well, maybe I can convert it in the book. Yeah, maybe that's not true. I'll probably revisit that art style another day. So I did that. I revisited that webtoon series of mine and turned it into a manga. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to, draw any more pages. But this is what that manga looks like now. I just did 2 pages. Okay, this one and this one, and I really like the manga medium more than the webtoon, and it's not because I just like Japanese stuff by default. Yeah, no, I like the feel of drawing the manga. All right, going back to uh Virgil's question here, because I'm gonna go back to this painting because Virgil asked a specific question that he was trying to draw this in perspective with a low camera angle. For that, this person here, the furthest one, is definitely drawn with a low camera angle. But the problem is that these two aren't drawn with a low camera angle. So how I would approach this, okay, just very quickly, I'm gonna redraw. the girls here, the girls in front. Where's my brush? This is used for red brush, and I'm not gonna redraw them entirely. Okay, we'll just draw their shape. So let's start with a bounding box. If you want a low camera angle, okay, bounding box. Now, I'm pretty bad at perspective, by the way, so you're gonna have to forgive me if I fumble this. So that's a low camera angle, right? So as we go on top, that's a low camera angle. So let's redraw this. So let's draw the head here. What's she doing? She's handing out something. So I'm gonna fumble this so hard. This is gonna be embarrassing, isn't it? Let's draw the torso. And let's draw this feet, the right feet. So the right feet would be a whole lot bigger, like that. You guys see it? Okay. And then this feet here would be big as well. And then the feet behind will be small. So now it's in perspective, right? Let's just erase the bounding box now. I don't need it. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Now it's like it's from the perspective of somebody here, right? An ant looking up. So what is she doing with her other hand? She's doing this with her other hand and doing something magical. So the other hand should also progressively go larger. And there, like this, right? I don't know. This is just something quick. Can you guys see what I'm doing here? I mean, to me, it just looks like it makes sense, but I can also understand that the sketch is too rough. Maybe we can even make this a bit more proper, yeah. Finally joined the server. Hey, congrats. Oh yeah, it's so much cooler. Perspective is hard. Perspective is hard. So that's how I would do perspective. Let's just make this a bit cooler, I guess. So is she wearing a hoodie? I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, okay? She's wearing a hoodie. Hoodie here. What's it called? Okay. So that's what I would do. Right now, it just looks like she's on horizon level. Okay. Well, anyways, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but hopefully that makes sense. Yes. Everybody in chat, that makes sense. So the key is the bounding box for the perspective. Okay, because the bounding box gives you kind of like a vanishing point. The vanishing point's right there. Okay, like that. Maybe the box is like this. All right, so the box is like this. All right, something like this. Sorry, this is so bad. I'm gonna have to do that again. This doesn't make sense. So again, the bounding box, guys. Don't forget the bounding box. Bounding box. All right. Because the bounding box has a vanishing point, which should be somewhere around here. Okay. Now that makes sense. Okay. See that? So the closer something is towards the vanishing point, the smaller it becomes. And then the further away it is from the vanishing point, the bigger it becomes. Okay, because it's closer to the camera. And then, so because the head is closer to the vanishing point than the feet is, so the head will appear smaller than the feet. So that's how you create this low camera angle looking up. Okay, so that's why I create a bounding box first. I should learn this from a fellow Discord member. In the past, I would just draw random circles, right? A small circle, big circle, really big circle. Stuff like that. But the bounding box is really cool. I really love this technique. Shout out to Branch, by the way, who taught this to me. And yeah, so one more thing is, let's go back to that vanishing point, okay? Because that's not the only thing that was a problem with this. I'm gonna erase some of this red so I can. That's not the only thing that's a problem. The world also is a problem because the horizon line here is maybe somewhere here, and the vanishing point is here, right? See this? For a low camera angle, the vanishing point needs to be way down when it comes to the horizon line. The horizon line needs to be way down here, like, and then it needs to be way like that. Okay. So, for example, here the horizon line is this thing. All right, that's the horizon line, and everything. The vanishing point should be here. You can have multiple vanishing points in a single scene, by the way, and also here, because of that, and everything else follows that direction. So that's how it. And also, this girl over here is further away from everybody else, and she should also appear smaller because she's closer to the vanishing point, right? So she should appear very small here, right? It's like that. And she is in the same level as her, I suppose. So just draw her also in perspective here, right? Also in with a her head is tilted. So okay, so let's draw her a nice box here, going up and down. I just again very quickly, right? I'm not spending too much time on this. Like that with the feet really big. You're doing a small axe. So that's how you would create a low camera angle. Okay, remember the horizon line very low, and this one is kind of high, and that's why it creates this eye level effect. The only low camera angle here maybe is this girl, just a little bit. Okay, you guys need to be famous. I don't know about that. But hopefully that explanation makes sense. I'll make just a proper video out of that because I understand I can stutter sometimes when I'm explaining. And when you're doing tutorials, right, you're doing something like this, you need to be really clear and everything needs to be properly explained. Um, but that was just off the cuff. I'll make a video on my YouTube channel. I forgot there are others too, right? Others? Like 2 point perspective and fisheye and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I actually have a cheat for that. I have a brush here. I think it was free. From I don't think it was free, but I do have a cheat. So I just do this. Can you see that? I know it makes you furious, right? And I have a what is this? A 3 point perspective. And I think I have a fisheye here too. See, this is a 2 point perspective now. Right? See that? And I think I have fish eye. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, that's not the fish eye. Fish eye. See that? So it's really easy. So again, going back to the low camera angle, just make sure your horizon line is really low and everything's like looking up. Okay, so the closer it is to the vanishing point on top, the smaller it is. So the head will be smaller and the feet will be gigantic. Not gonna lie, I watch a lot of videos and even read a book on perspective, but with what you said, made it click for me. Finally, really, I appreciate that, man. That's sometimes you just need it to be demonstrated, I suppose. Okay, that's all the submissions. Hopefully, I answered everything there. There's no more submissions. If you guys would like me to review your artwork and see what else you can improve on your art, or just praise your art if it's really good sometimes, because there are some art here that I really can't give any criticism for because it's really good. Just submit it on my Discord server. It's pinned on the comment on the chat. It's pinned on chat, and yeah, on Saturday I review it every Saturday. Okay, so that should be it for everything. And now let's go back to our regular programming. Where is my thing? Did I delete my line art? No, I didn't. It's right there. Whoops. Oh no. My Photoshop is about to close. Wait, wait. Okay, turn it off. Oh, it's fine. My Photoshop does that sometimes. It just randomly logs me out, and I have to relaunch it. It's kind of scary sometimes because it makes some of the files corrupted. Gonna submit my art too, but mine is terrible here. It's okay, man. That's the point of the art review, right? Is to see what else we can improve with our art. Even my art needs a lot of improvement too. I'm not here saying that I know my art like the best. I don't need any feedback. I definitely need that sometimes. It's totally fine. Hmm. Just give me a sec. I'm relaunching Photoshop. It's kind of embarrassing. Also, I'll just grab some water. Okay, I'll be right back. Please, right? I need to clean my fridge. Oh, that's some good quality water. Uh yeah, man. It's just been summer, I think, in the Philippines. It's so damn hot. You take a cold shower, and by the time you get out of the shower, you're already sweating. That's the kind of heat we're dealing with here. In fact, what's the temperature like on the Philippines? 36 Celsius? That's so hot. Ugh. I don't know what to say about that. All right, let me just reopen all my stuff, okay? Because Photoshop crashed. Well, I didn't crash, it just logged out. What's your manga about? It's so cool. I'm new and I found you in my recommended. Hey, thanks for joining me, first of all. My manga is actually out and you can read chapter one. But it's more like an action fantasy kind of manga. So I'll link you the I wish I could link two comments so I can link my manga as well um as well as my Discord. Where is my YouTube? Multi streaming is so hard. Well, it's not so hard, but it's kind of confusing sometimes. So that's the link of my manga. I'm gonna pin that again, and then if you want to join my Discord, just let me know. I'll repin the link. So you read about it, like it, comment, and it will help out the algorithm. I hope and give me some feedback too, man. It's okay. I can take feedbacks. It's part of my thing, really. Be as harsh and be as honest as you can. So is Photoshop up? Yeah, it's up. Okay, we're back in business. I just see my chat and kick. Hmm. I think I'm being botted because I am seeing some AI viewers in my chat. Hello, I'm new. Hey, welcome to the stream, cat. You did? Hey, there you go. Yeah, just leave some comments there. I would love to hear your opinions about it, and don't just don't if you liked it, if you genuinely liked it, let me know. If you didn't like it, also let me know. I don't mind getting bad reviews. I have a thick skin. Actually, I would prefer honest reviews than, you know, because those are always fun. How's your day going today? Hey, it's going great. Thanks. Thanks for asking. How's your day? Actually, my day is great. Yes, but man, is it really hot in the Philippines right now? It's so damn hot. I don't want to go outside. My face will melt. I told you earlier. I told you guys earlier that my wife is on vacation with her family, and I didn't go because of work. It feels really. At first, it felt really good because I could just be on my own. Peace and quiet. And then it got boring. I joined the Discord. I'm excited. I'll try doing my manga too soon. Okay, so here if you guys really want to do manga, right? Um, I would encourage you to join um Shueisha. No, not Shueisha. I would encourage you to join Kodensha's manga competition this June. So I think it's June 31st is the deadline. I'm joining that too. I'm gonna submit a new one shot that I've already finished, by the way, and I'll see. I'll see. It's not about winning a competition, really. It's just about trying to finish something. Your goal is not to win. Your goal is to finish a manga and then submit it to the competition, right? On a deadline. So I would encourage you to do that. And if you need help, the Discord server is there. I'm really active on it. And if you need help on writing, on the artwork, stuff like that, just let me know. Good. I recently quit Roblox, a famous gaming platform. I'm trying to find a new game creation engine, so I'm getting Unreal Engine. I currently quit gaming. Well, I didn't quit gaming. I still play games because a lot of this actually takes a lot of my time. And every time I play a game, man, I feel like I could just be doing my manga. I feel really guilty, and it's like this is my game now. This is like it gives me the same level of satisfaction when I used to play a lot of games. And trust me, there's nothing I would like to do more than play a game at the moment. But man, the games have been really terrible. But my art is terrible. How can I participate? Doesn't matter how terrible your art is, okay? Just finish a story from start to finish, regardless of how terrible your art is. Because manga is not just about art, it's also about writing. And it's like you'll never improve unless you challenge yourself, okay? Get out of that insecurity where oh, my art's not good enough. um Take that out of your mindset. Your art is good enough. I mean, look at the artist for One Punch Man, not Yasuke Murata, but One Sensei. One Sensei's art is absolutely trash. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just the case. If you've seen his artwork, it's about the level of my son, 4 year old. I think he's improved though. I think he's improved quite a lot recently. But some of his earlier art, it's not good. Okay, and then Yasuke Murata, the current mangaka for One Punch Man, took his story and then just redrew it on his own art, and now it's like legendary, right? So it's sometimes it's not just about the artwork, it's more on the story as well as the art style. Now keep that in mind, art style is different from artwork, right? Because some art styles there's no good quality art style and bad quality art style. It's just an art style. So start with, if I'm making sense, right? And artwork, there is in fact bad artwork and there's good artwork, and most people don't really care about that as long as your work is good. Some of the best viewed manga on Manga Plus, their artwork is pretty good, but it's not on the level of, let's say, Eiichiro Oda, who's also in Manga Plus, by the way. His manga One Piece isn't getting as much views there as some of these like one shots from, like, amateur mangakas. Like I'm a amateur mangaka. So yeah, don't think that your art is not good enough, because first of all, it's not about the art, the quality of the art in the first place. It's about art style and the writing. Okay, Just create a good story. You'll get there. Again, you don't have to join it, but I would encourage you to join it. It's up to you. And if you need help, if any of you need help, my Discord server is there. I'll I'll chime in, if I can. Thank you so much. You motivated me. Hey, thank that's I really want people to start drawing. That's the goal of my channel, is to encourage people to pick up a pencil and start drawing, specifically manga, but and draw anything, do any form of artwork. In the advent of AI, I think we need more artists, right? That's sort of my thing. It's the same. Actually, it's the same when I started my YouTube channel. I thought that, oh, my voice is not good enough because I stutter a lot. And at the beginning, I definitely it took a lot of effort to speak. But over time, you just get naturally better and better. And the channel is where it is right now. I'm really happy where the channel is right now, though. It's really great. It's been a journey and a half. Yeah, it's like Toddler's scribbles. Yeah, exactly. That's one sensei's artwork is. Well, he's definitely improved. So I've seen some of the most recent drawings for One Punch Man. Because if you guys don't know, there are two versions of One Punch Man. The One Punch Man that everybody knows is the Yasuke Murata's One Punch Man. And then there's a separate version with a slightly different story, um, which is One Sensei's One Punch Man, the original One Punch Man. So there are two versions of One Punch Man currently going on. Okay. I don't want to get too detailed here. Let's add some darker shadows, more blacks around these corners. Whether it's graphic tablet worth buying or traditionally manga is okay. Traditional manga is okay. I wouldn't recommend buying a tablet if you're first of all starting out, because maybe if you can afford it, yeah, it's okay. This one's it's relatively cheap. It's still expensive, okay, but compared to the Wacom tablets, mine is kind of cheap. It's like $400 or something like that. I only invested in it because I actually do this full time. This is my full time job as well. So I would not recommend you buy an expensive tablet if you don't work on art. Okay, I mean maybe you should. You can definitely do that if you want to have fun. But these are really expensive. But if you can afford it, yeah, go for it. Like the Tower of God in Webtoon, it was a bit subpar, but the plot was good. Now the art is currently has improved. Yeah. I just get enough. Hirohiko Araki said that it's not about the quality of art, but more so on the art style. which is important. The quality of art is absolutely important, of course. But if you don't have that, it's good to just have an art style instead. And I believe even one sensei's scribble is can be considered an art style, right? But if you're like what's his name again? The Inoue, the guy that drew Vagabond. That guy is crazy. If you want to be crazy, be that guy. Okay, I'm not crazy enough to do that. To anything that he does. Ooh, what is this black thing? Okay, okay, I really like that. And let's make the where is okay this one white. Add some trees behind it, behind them. They're not really in a forest, but there are some trees surrounding them too. And yeah, I'm kind of cheating with these brushes here. It's okay. I kind of just want to leave them out like this, right? Oh, it's okay. I like that. Add your manga as a favorite and commented also. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'll read your comments after the stream. When is Kodakawa's contest? Kodakawa's contest is already over. I was talking about Kodensha's contest. The application period was closed, but it's also cool browsing the site. There's a prize too. Yeah, there's a prize. It's a big prize, okay? But again, you're not after the prize. You're after the novelty of finishing a project. I actually joined Kodakawa's competition, and they're gonna be announcing the winners very soon. And the one shot that I made, I think it was 28 pages, and I used the same characters, Hikari and Aki. It was just them two roaming around Virgil Village, which Virgil Village will be much much later on in the story. But I already drew that portion of the manga on a one shot. Now the one shot version of Virgil Village will be about 40 to 50% different from the canon Virgil Village. Uh, by the way, may I ask what's the price? The price for the competition? I believe I don't remember Kodensha's competition, but I think it was similar to Kodakawa's prizes. It was five. I said like 1 million yen. I think. Actually, you know what? Let me just double check that. Oh, let's go Kodakawa. Now let's go here. So this is the official website for the competition for Kodensha's competition. Oof, really really trippy. So what's the price? So that's the deadline. Okay, you got a month until that. So you got a lot of time to finish your one shot. So here's some few tips when you're gonna enter a competition. The less the pages are, the better. So I believe there's a minimum of 16 pages, 16 to 60 pages per submission. So I would suggest you keep it under 20. I definitely went overboard with 28 pages for Kodakawa's competition there, but I didn't really care as long as I didn't overdo it. 28 is fine. And also, I would recommend you do a one shot instead of a series, instead of a chapter. So a one shot, there's a few things you need to know. Okay, there are, for example, a one shot should be a complete story from start to finish, meaning there are no cliffhangers, and it's a closed story, so you don't leave a plot point um, hanging. Okay, so it should be a closed story, so it finishes and ends with everything in between having answered by the end of the story. Okay, that's the second thing. The next thing I would advise you to is to have as less characters as you can. because more characters means more development, and it can complicate your story. So yeah, especially the cliffhanger rule. That's definitely frowned upon on one shots, especially on competitions. You can definitely have a cliffhanger on your one shots, but on a competition, it's frowned upon. Okay, so it has to be a closed story. There's no rule saying that, by the way, but that's just a tip that I got from another mangaka. I forgot his name. I forgot his name. I'll try to remember it later. But this is their website. I believe the price is here somewhere. Oh yeah, and it's entering a manga competition can also be a path to serialization. Even if you don't win, even if you don't win, I mean, Ichiro Oda didn't win his manga competition, okay? And look at him, look where he is now. But because your manga is being read by an editor, they can vouch for you even if you don't win the competition. If they find that your one shot has a potential to be serialized. So yeah. So again, the goal is not winning. Where is the it's trippy? Oh, there, 300,000 yen. That's not too. That's actually pretty low for a competition. A giveaway, clip, studio, paint. Okay, these are okay, but I believe Kodakawa was around 500,000 yen, something like that. It was kind of huge. There was another. Is it Kodakawa? I believe it was more than that. I really want to make sure. Uh, Come on. Oh, it's already closed, right? I can't see it. That's fine. Total number of pages 8 to 6. Yes, this one has an 8 minimum pages. Okay, so if you can reach that page number of pages, that'll be great. So again, the less the page, the better. But there is a minimum. Oh man, the story I had since it was been long. I need to think of a new shorter one. Yeah, here's if it's a long story. What I did with my one shot is that I just took a section of my story, right? On the script I made, I just took a section, the most exciting section of the story, and then I just kind of shorten it a little bit, change a few things here and there so that it ends on a loop. It ends on like it has a proper ending. So yeah, that version, by the way, of my story you'll never see, but it is online though. I did upload it somewhere. I'm not gonna say where it is. um, but we'll get to the story there anyway in the canon version of my manga. All right, where was I? So this is done. All I need to do here is just add a dialogue. Um, so let's group this. Yeah. Let's go to the next page. This page. If I can finish all of this tonight, tomorrow we will do a full page from scratch, okay? Hey sir, I'm so sorry. I gotta go because I have studies. Love your work, man. You have potential. Keep going. Hey, thanks, man. And good luck in your studies too. You take care. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I only have Ibis on a tablet. I'll work around it since I don't know how to use Clip Studio. And I've forgotten how Krita works too. Lots to do. But it helps listening and seeing your work. That's great, man. Look, it's not about the tool you're using, really. You're using Krita or what were you using? Ibis Paint. If you're using that, it's totally fine. Tool has nothing to do with it. I personally can't use any other tool besides Photoshop. I can probably use um what's it called? Clip Studio. I have Clip Studio on my computer, but I just use that to save my files if I need to print them. Clip Studio has a deal breaker feature for me. That's why I can't really move. And I know Adobe gets a lot of hate because of their really bad customer relations stuff like that. I don't really know why. Well, I do know, but I don't really care about it. Well, that's not true at all. Anyway, I care about it a little bit. But the thing is that I don't care about it enough for me to transfer to another service, okay? I've been working with Photoshop for a very long time, and it's gotten me to where I am now. I'll happily support them. I'll tentatively I'll reluctantly support them. There goes my Photoshop um Adobe sponsorship, right? But yeah, nah. They get a lot of hate. I kind of had some bad experiences with them too, to be honest with you. Because when I got Photoshop, I they kind of billed me twice every single month, and I realized that for some reason I have two versions of Photoshop on my subscription. So I was like, why am I paying for Photoshop twice? Why is that there? They couldn't explain it. So I just like, okay, just cancel it. Can you cancel it? Yeah, but you need the fee. What do you mean it's a fee? It's a mistake. No, you gotta pay a fee. And I gotta pay a cancellation fee for a service. Like, oh man, this sucks. Honestly, I was so ready to give up on Photoshop that day. But all my files are here, all my knowledge are here, and I guess that's what they're banking on, right? What's important is being comfortable with tool, definitely. That's crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. They're definitely capitalizing on the fact that I already have everything, my knowledge, my files on Photoshop. Um, because I believe Photoshop files are proprietary. I'm not quite sure if it's true, but I don't think you can open a Photoshop file on Clip Studio Paint, for example. And they do that on purpose, so you'll have to use Photoshop. It actually sucks for me and for my clients because a lot of them don't have Photoshop and they kind of ask for a PSD file. It's like, what am I going to do with this thing? Cancellation fee is insane. It's actually insane. It's not only it's insane, it's also very expensive. It's like $60. I don't really remember how much it was, but it was something like that, right? So it's ridiculously expensive. Never funded since it's a mistake. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Plus, I didn't want the trouble and just freaking cancel it. That was kind of my attitude. Rock face. Ugh. Hansen. Hello, man. Welcome to the stream. Something blocking your thing. There you go. Um. So yeah. Where was I? Okay, the background. I could probably color this section of the horse. Unsegen. I don't know how to pronounce your name, buddy. Did you do character sheets and storyboards for your manga too? Or just panels stuff and then line everything? Just thinking about all the process to do, and it's overwhelming. Yeah, it is overwhelming. What I would recommend you do is part compartmentalize your workload into days. So my process, for example, and I have a video coming up for this too. So my process is on a Monday, that's where I storyboard everything. And I also panel everything there, right? So assuming that you already have a script. So what I do on a Monday is panel my pages and storyboard and sketch at the same time. Okay, and I'm talking about really, really rough sketches on the storyboard there. On And then Tuesday, it's just more sketching, but the sketches on my Tuesday is just a little bit cleaner, not so clean that they're gonna be ready for for its final form. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that's all inking. That's all line work. That's just preparing the pages to be primed for coloring, stuff like what I'm doing right now. So that's all line work. That takes a while because I'm kind of deliberate with my line work, and it's I like to take my time. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that's cleaning up my pages. Okay. And I also allocate how many panels I have to do per day. So I have 3 days to finish them. So again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So if I have 40 panels, I'll do 15 per day. If I do 70, then I'll do around 25 per day, which is quite a lot. Okay. Um, so that's usually how I would approach it. Okay. Part compartmentalize your workload onto days so you don't have to think about it so much. Okay. But writing is definitely the most challenging. Um, just to let you know, this is like the fourth or fifth iteration of my chapter one, the one that's on Manga Plus, and it took me a while, man. It took me a while to get to where I am now with the writing. So focus on the writing first. If you're going to be entering the manga competition, focus on the writing. Write your script. Write your script in a way that you're already storyboarding. So for example, when you write your script, right? So page one, and you title your page one. Page one is, for example, in my chapter one, my page one was enter Hikari. Okay, so it's like the introduction of Hikari, and I say panel one, low camera angle, for example. Low camera angles, camera looking up, Hikari looking down, and then it's a very detailed description of what's going on that panel. That way, I'm already storyboarding the panel in my head as I'm writing it. Okay? And then when I'm actually sketching and in my Mondays, I'm paneling and storyboarding it. All I gotta do is follow the script that I have already written. So it reduces the workload when you're storyboarding on a Monday because you've already storyboarded it on your head, right? And when you're writing the thing. So that would be around 8 hours work at a day, almost around 2 or 3 hours worth of work. Paneling and sketching, that's not really much effort. Um, but it depends, right? The doing line work, that takes a lot of effort. So I'll probably spend around 3 or 4 hours every day just paneling and drawing panels per panel. That's so much better. Yeah, again, it makes things a lot easier, and you work faster too. Not only that you can work faster, you can work on multiple things at the same time. And that's how I usually work with my clients as well. Is because I kind of just I have a process, so it makes things easier to manage, especially if you have multiple projects. Right now, I actually quit my job. If you guys didn't know, I actually quit um, my. Well, I didn't quit. I just reduced the number of clients that I have. Some of them went on vacation too, so that's good because I wanted to focus more on um, my manga, which is probably irresponsible. I have a kid. Trees behind them. Okay, not too many trees. This is not a forest. Maybe no trees in the background here. All right, that looks good. Then color of the sky. They're in the daytime, but I want the sky to be colored. Man, Twitch and Kick chatters are so they just leave right away before I can even say hello. Because a guy said hello and then gone, right? It's like, okay, just relax, guys. Let me give me some time to read your chat. Jesus. Don't leave me. Okay, I want the sky to be colored just a little bit. Maybe we can even go back here and color the sky here. No, wrong panel. There we go. And that should do it for this page. Not a very complicated page than the last one. Same here. There is going to be a house behind the old man here. Um, which I'll draw now. I'll do that first. So he's sitting on a bench. It's a long bench. We'll see the bench later too. Because there's a wide shot for this. Oh no, wrong layer. How did you do your backgrounds, like the structure and stuff? Is it Blender or is it all drawn? It's drawn manually. I don't really know how to use 3D software. That's probably my weakness. It's really hard to learn. Oh, there's some striations here. Some mistakes with the line art. Okay, here too. For the structure, oh man, I didn't record the. I only recorded half of it. I wanted to. Oh no, you're still there on Kick. Oh hey, I'm sorry about that. Uh, People just leave right away on Twitch, so I assumed it was the same on Kick. Apologize, man. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool. But yeah, it was John. It was John manually. You can probably rewind this stream, and you'll see the thing. You know, me drawing it. The thing. So elegant, right? Oh no. It's fine. Who cares? I made a mistake with the line work. It's okay. Not a big deal. The reason why I thought you left is because it says that I have 0 viewers on Twitch, on Kick. Like, oh, okay, he left right away. Oh well. Pillars. Because this is their house. Gonna be pillars here. and a roof here. It's gonna be thatched roof. It's not gonna be one of those Japanese roof. It's like a farm similar to what you would see in Shirakawago. You guys know the place? Wonderful, wonderful place, by the way. And if you want to visit Japan, that's one of the places you should go. Do you have a reference? I don't have a reference. I just have an idea in my head. You mean for the wall, right? Currently drawing horse guy. Oh, okay. This guy is just a messenger, by the way. It's not really important to the story, to be honest with you. Maybe he will. I have a few ideas for him, but I'm still kind of flip flopping between making him important or not. But his importance is that he delivers a letter. I'm not gonna spoil too much, but he delivers a letter. That's really important to the story. This letter is going to be the driving force as to why our characters will be doing what they want to do. The every story has that thing, right? What the story is about. And on my chapter 1, I believe I didn't give that reason because I wanted to focus more on building the characters and building the world. And I definitely do that. I did that, I think. But in chapter 2, this is where the story, uh, s- gives. This is where I give the story meaning. Okay. I wanted to simp. Hey, simp away, man. I'm actually think. Well, I wonder what you guys think. Right? I've been asking my viewers this about a romance storyline because I have been contemplating that there have been some people who requested that, especially my wife. He loves romance manga, right? So I kind of want to, well, not romance, sorry, not like love story, like drama love story. Is it the same, right? Romantic, yeah, I think it's the same. I'm not necessarily saying hentai shit, just a love storyline. Um, yeah, so I'm kind of thinking about that. I don't know if I want to go that route. I'm sort of torn. Okay, that's good. So thatched roof. Add some more textures here. Shoujo manga, I think. Shoujo is a romance manga, huh? Yeah, this is more action really than anything. Maybe I'll just minimize that part of the story. The reason why I'm kind of flip flopping between it because I don't think it's appropriate with the genre, but I don't think it's a problem, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I'm drawing the wrong layer again. Okay, no wonder that didn't want to attach. Okay, that should be good. Yeah. Why is that not closing? That's because of this. There you go. It'd be a cute manga and I side quest for you? Like a side quest for me? Oh. Where here's the thing, okay? I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. Well, I'm not gonna spoil it too much, but there's gonna be a little bit spoiler of what I'm gonna say. There is a person because this is sort of like what's gonna happen to both of the characters here is sort of like a reflection to my the story of my life. so to say. um, so everybody has some heartbreaks, so I wanted to incorporate that too because I think it's important to my personal development. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think long and hard. But I just wanted to know what you guys think, right? If I have the support of my community. My community, huh? Um, okay. I need my background now. So for you guys who are new to my channel, this is my background asset pack. My, things that I've drawn in the past that I just copy pasted into this library of mine, which helps me create backgrounds on the fly. Okay. So I'll show it to you in action. Where is my texture? This one. So I have this texture pack that I made. So I have like wood here and different bricks. So I just really copy paste this and make a room out of nothing, right? And I don't have to draw anything. So I have this here, which I'll just copy this here like that. So I don't have to draw the entire complicated structure. And there you go. I also have this texture here. And where is it? Let's just copy that around here. And that gives me that. So the wood texture, go back here. I kind of like this one. It's one of my favorite ones. And oops, no, I didn't copy paste it. And copy paste it here. There you go. Something like that, right? Wait. Hmm. There it is. It'd be nice for small interactions like that to happen. Make the characters multidimensional, not just romance, but other stuff. Oh hell yeah, yeah, of course. I think that's one of the things that I really wanted to showcase on chapter one was the interplay between characters. But have you read Witch Hat Atelier? Oh, it's one of my favorite mangas of all time. I got her book right there, right? That's Kamomi Shirahama's art book, by the way. I found this randomly on a random bookstore, and I immediately got it. And I also have a few volumes. Let me just grab some of them. I got a few volumes of Witch Hat Atelier. Actually, I have more there, but there's too many of them. If that guy refer to these. I think Witch Hat Atelier is one of those mangas that really inspired me to draw my own manga. In fact, there's a lot of influences for Witch Hat Atelier on my earlier works. And yeah, this is one of my favorite art book, by the way, her book. It's absolutely wonderful. And anybody there who sees this book in your bookstore, go get it, okay? So let me just showcase this to you. I'm gonna show off, okay? I'm gonna be an asshole and be a bit of a show off here. And this is her book. Look at that. Look at that cover, right? The cover it's a hardcover, and it was so good. Its design is so good that I didn't want to put it on my bookshelf. Instead, I just displayed it right there like a poster. Yeah. And her artwork. Let's take a look at that artwork. Right. Look at that. Right. So cool. Every page is just, look at this thing. It's so cool. I actually love more of her black and whites. Look at this, right? Look at that. There's just something about holding somebody's work than just looking at it on a display. It's it's ineffable, right? It's something I can't really explain. But yeah, go get her artwork. I'm not sponsored or anything. Kumama Shirama, I'm not sponsored yet. But yeah, she's one of my favorite artists out there. Probably my favorite artist of 2025 and 2026. If you When I first read her book, I couldn't shut up about Witchet Atelier. It was obnoxious. In fact, I made a video about Kamame Shirahama on my YouTube channel, and I dissect some of her art styles and the way she panels her work. It's one of my most viewed videos out there. What is going on here? That definitely needs some work. Hey, the Jingo. Hey, man. Welcome to the stream, Soul. Whoa. Damn it. I have to do that again. Okay. So I'm just using the magic wand to cover a lot of ground here very quickly. See? I can do that, and that. Make it darker. Second type of halftone. There you go. Not forget about the horse. There's some details about the horse that I forgot to draw in some of these. I'll have to go back to other pages too. Like the bracelet. This horse has a bracelet. I forgot what I colored the horse. Oh, okay, that's the right color. Switch cam. Oh, switch cam. Right. Sorry. It's happening. It happened again. If you guys didn't remember, last week I was drawing the entire time while my camera was not showing. That was fun. What? Oh no. Did I make a mistake? I did make a mistake. It's okay. Too late now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh man, that sucks. So I merged. I think I merged it, right? Yeah, I did merge it. I might as well just see if I can control Z his his shirt here. Okay, I can. How far? Not that far. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Problem is that I colored it in the wrong layer. So that's why I had to redo it again. This time on the correct layer. That was a lot of work, guys. I had to go back. Had the tutorial where the camera wasn't showing. Yeah. Embarrassing. I'm gonna make it up to you guys though. I am making a very comprehensive, very detailed um tutorial on how to draw hands, and it's gonna be very simple. Although it's detailed, it's gonna be very simple. Guys, I don't like to watch tutorials that are overly complicated. You draw the anatomy here. You got to learn the name of the thing here. I don't even know the names of the parts of the hands, and I don't think you need to know those names either. They're wrong. Uh, okay, so I forgot to draw the horse's bracelet here because this horse is a bit decorated. And on the other drawing, the other feet should have a bracelet too, or a band rather. Okay, now I just need to color this guy a lighter gray. Wrong layer again. And that's it. Yeah, that should be it. Please more make advanced tutorials about hands than just simple basic stuff. It's for artists like me. So when you made the line art, you separated each character into other layers. So when the color is clipped and won't go over, yeah, exactly. So I'll show you my construction. Right, let's turn off all the other layers. Did I just draw that? So the first layer is the panels and the line art. I kind of just merge those two. Um, it makes things simpler. I used to not do that. I used to have the panels and the characters on a separate layer, but I found that was an unnecessary step, and I just merged them anyway. So that's the first part. The second part is this mask here. So you can't see it; it's invisible. But if I pick up my hue and saturation and darken that thing, you'll see that there is a gray color around the line art, right? And that's gonna be my mask, which I then clip, which I then turn white and then clip another layer, and that's where I color the grays. Okay, this these screen tones. That's the construction, and then behind that there is another mask. See if I can find the mask. I think it's this one. No, I think it's this one. Nope, not that one. Where the heck is my mask? Oh, here it is. I found it. Silly. So there's another mask, this gray thing behind it that covers the panel. And that's going to be the mask for my background. And everything is clipped there too. How much easier? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, how do we even decide on paneling? I made my NSFW, but I don't do paneling in there because I don't know how to have flow, even basic things. So yeah, it happened. I just made full boobies, full bodies. Did I say boobies? I guess it's fine. You don't really have to panel all the time. That's one of the tricks that I learned as well. Is actually some of the panels, some of the pages I did isn't paneled. And panel one here and panel two here. The panel one and the last panel is not paneled at all. So you don't have to always panel your stuff. But for dialogue pieces, I just like to do simple panels because yeah, it's just a dialogue piece. Nothing really else is happening, and you need to be clear on these things. Okay. So how do you decide how to panel? I guess that's gonna be up to you. A very difficult question, a very good question, difficult to answer. But so I would start with the script. I would start with the script, and then say when I'm writing my script, I know which part of the script goes to what panel. So panel one, this happened. Panel two, this happens, and then you just follow that, right? Um, the way I decide panels is okay. Here's a good an answer to that question. Freeform, but do you have a system for designing these things or underlying knowledge? Yeah, I do. I just realized it. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm gonna drink some water. All right, I have to drink some water. So the way I decided my panels and how to divide them is per beat. Okay, and what do I mean by beat? So on the script, when somebody else is saying something, right? For example, here, I think this is the arrival of, where's my page one? Wait, give me a sec. Let me look for my page one. So for example, here, this is not a finished page yet. So they're talking, okay? So when a beat ends, that just means that a new a new thing is being said. So this is one conversation set, and then this is a second set of conversation. So these two are communicating to each other, right? Hopefully, I'm making sense here. Because I totally forgot what this script is about, by the way. But I have that in on my documents. So I don't have to worry about that for now. So they're talking here. Let me remember what was the what's being said. Oh, okay. So he's recounting the night before this. If you read my manga, this happens the next day, and Aki is telling his grandfather what happened that night. So the beat is that, oh, this totally happened last night, by the way. And the grandfather says, oh, okay, so this and that. And then that's one beat. So he says something and he replies, that's one beat, end of panel, next panel. Okay. And then after that, he says something. It depends on what he's saying. If he's saying something important, and on here, he is something saying important here in this case. So I have him in a single panel where his emotions is his face is kind of tired, right? He's kind of like he's nonchalant, but it kind of shows that he's tired. And then he says something here. So that's how I decide per panel is per beat. So this is one beat, an exchange. Second beat is a comment with a little bit of an emotional um, emotional feature with the character. Okay, it doesn't. It just depends on what you want to show. So I want to show them talking here, so it's a wide shot. So I want to establish that okay, this is on the next day, and he's talking to his grandfather. So in my head, I'm like thinking, okay, what could we do to showcase that? So I thought, okay, let's do a wide shot of them sitting on a bench and they're just having a conversation. So here we go, wide shot on a bench, and it's the next day. It establishes what's happening right away. And then after that, I just do beat by beat. So conversation per conversation. So he says something here, he replies. Okay, end of panel. There's and then the next panel. He says something important with a little bit more of a close up to his face because I want to show his emotion here, which is tired and kind of worried. And then end of panel, and then more conversation here. He says something, and then he replies, and then he says something back, and then end of panel. So that's another thing you need to worry about paneling is the conversation beat, the emotion, and the composition, the settings, and the things that you want to show. Sorry, I was like in the zone there. Um, I learned. Let me see what's being said. Sorry, kind of just went in the zone. I learned that it must be like a movie in pacing to even in a manga. Some breathing spaces and still to give the eyes a resting place. Yes, it's a yes and a no. Movie scenes happen so fast that sometimes you don't really need to do that. Because cameras can switch all the time per scenes, and if you do that in a manga, you're gonna have like a lot of pages for just one conversation, right? So you need to have um I learned this in Witch Chat Atelier. Witch Chat Atelier has a lot of wide shots. Even small panels, the Kamome Shirahama will still do a wide shot, and the characters are tiny. So you need to have a entire panel. For example, this panel that you see here, that's that has a lot of dialogue. That's like a back and forth. It's not really a lot of dialogue, but it's a back and forth, right? So it's a yes and a no. Yes, follow the movie structure, but also reduce the number of cuts on a movie structure. Okay, so that's definitely a good rule. Yeah, definitely do that. Also, how do you decide where the speech bubble should be? That's a very good question. I'll answer that. Okay, is it in spots where there's a lot of negative spaces or spaces? But what if you had a compact scene and every detail is important? How do you know? The thing is that you have to think about that ahead of time. For example, there will be some panels where details will be lost because of the speech bubble, and you have to be okay with that. So your first question was, how do I decide where the speech bubble go? So it has to. Okay, I had to demonstrate this. Okay, so for example, I have my speech bubble here. Oh, sorry, one sec. This is a very good question. I learned this around early last this year. So let's say, for example, the speech bubbles here, and he says like these two things, right? And like that. So my next speech bubble is right here, and he says something, and then here's what I want you to notice, or here's what I want you to do. The speech bubble should let your eyes flow, not just from bubble to bubble, but also bubble to panel. Okay. So where should I put my speech bubble here? I could put it here. Okay. So it's not too cumbersome. So that way, the flow of the text, the flow of the bubble is very natural, right, to your eyes. And then let's reset again the second tier of the so I put a lot of negative spaces here. So obviously the bubble will go here, right? And like this, like that, maybe like that. And then the next panel is this. So where should it go? It should go somewhere around here. So this way, my eyes go from here to here, and then here really easily, right? So if I put my speech bubble, for example, here, which I could also do, I guess that could also work. But as long as here flows a lot better because it's directly next to the thing, it's so close to it, right? And I could either go from here next, right, or here or whatever. So that's how I would draw my speech bubble, is they have to let your eyes flow not just from bubble to bubble, but bubble to panels as well, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. But that's how I would like to approach it. There's definitely some instances where you have to kind of break that rule, but in general, just follow that, okay? So hopefully that answers your question. I also heard about manga acting, just like keyframes. Manga acting? I haven't heard of that one. Dark Chow, hey man, what's up? I think it is this storyboarding process too. That makes so much more sense. Yeah, the storyboarding process, I already account for of what they're saying before. That's one of the things, and how I decide what the panel will look like is also where the speech bubble will go. There are some mangas though. I mean, Ruby Dragon. I have Ruby Dragon here. Let me see if I mean, look at this. Okay, this panel right here. Let's me switch to the other camera. This panel right here, this big panel, right, this one. This one? See this panel right here? Let me put closer. There's a lot of details on her eyes that are missing because the speech bubble is like blocking it, right? Do you see that? This one? Her eyes are like missing. Like, what's up with that? And, oh, look at this. Look, okay, this one. This. Let me get closer. Sorry, this one. This thing. A lot of details of Ruri here, this character with the black hair, is missing because of the speech bubble, right? So there are some situations where you gotta compromise a little bit. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that Ruri Dragon is a bad manga because it just covers a lot of stuff, but there is some compromise, right? It happens here again, right, with this character over here. A lot of her details is missing because it's like the speech bubble is like blocking it. Here too, right? The classroom details here at the bottom panel. No, this one is missing because it's speech bubble is blocking it. So that happens a lot on Ruby Dragon. It doesn't happen too often in Witch Atelier. I'm not saying that she's a bad. I'm not saying that the author of this is bad. It's just a technique, okay? So hopefully that answers your question about paneling. I should have made answered that too. That's a really good question. Because I made a video about paneling, but I didn't go in depth on how to decide what panel. Did I finish this? No, I didn't. Okay, what should we do now? I just realized if I think ahead of time, I can intentionally not draw specific areas and details. Yeah, definitely. But the problem with that is if you need to adjust, um, if you need to adjust the bubble, then you'll still have to draw that specific detail, right? Well, for example, here in the background, I'm definitely not detailing this part of this house, right? I'm not like building an entire house. The hell is this? Oh, camera. I keep forgetting that. It does save a lot of time, but again, we can't see your screen. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I keep forgetting. I'm in the zone sometimes. Come on. Okay, that looks a bit better. And that looks way better. Time to draw the trees, and then we should call it the page, right? It's this page should be finished. How many pages do I have to do? I think I have like 4 more pages. Draw some bush. Whoops. No. Should be like this. A little bit of that. And oops, no, here. Trees. More trees, I guess. Here on top. And this, okay, so here we're looking at the other side of the house. So the house is behind them. So it's going to be a different view. And we'll see more of the, we should be able to see more of the village here. So let's draw some bush and some trees. Okay. Not too much, not too many trees, just one or two. Yeah. The flow state, avatar state, lucky. Yeah. How good was Avatar, eh? And then let's add some houses in the background here. I've already drawn some houses. Where are my houses? Oh, that's weird. There it is. This particular house, a thatched roof Japanese house inspired by yo, I'm back. Guess what? Hey, what? Finish your study yet? Let's add some houses in. They are in the village anyway, but should be really small in the far distance. Random houses. Um, okay, that should be good. Add some trees behind that too, maybe. I completed half of my manga already. I don't have a good grasp of this stuff. It takes a while. It's not you're not gonna get a good grasp out of it the first day. Hey Jingo, is it okay? Oh, sorry, you said something else there. Is it okay? I didn't read that. Is it okay if for advice in your DMs by showing my NSW stuff to you? They're not paneled yet. Yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead. I don't mind that stuff. I'll talk to you about it later. Okay, after the stream. But yeah, I'm a cultured guy too, man. All right, that looks good. Should I just break some rules here and just make it a bit grayer? Hmm. No, that's okay. I'll keep that. Congrats. Yeah, congrats. I completed my studies. Nice, nice. Very well. We were good, man. You got until July, dude. You got a lot of time to refine your manga if you want to join that competition. So no rush, man. Because I was working on it since for 3 days now. Okay, that makes sense. Let's draw some sky here. Yeah, tell everybody what the manga is about. I just realized there's a lot of work here. I thought I was almost done. But I gotta draw this house too. I gotta color it or gray it. Color it, gray it, whatever. It's the same. You know what I mean. Hmm. Come on, come on, come on. All right. I don't want to rush it, but I really want to finish this house. Where the heck is my? There it is. It's about fight, action. Nice. Whoa. Oh, I made a mistake. Damn it. It's a costly mistake. Keep drawing the wrong layer. I should try to making my own system and doing manga panels. Sorry if it's my first time working on manga, so you can explain if it's okay. I have a video about it. If you want a more in-depth tutorial, I have a video about it on my YouTube channel. From Kamomi Shirahama. Some of her tips, some of her art style, and I really love Kamomi Shirahama because of her paneling. And I made a video about how she panels. So if you want a more in-depth video on how to panel, and I also dissect the anatomy of a panel there, so that could be useful. I would just direct you to that, right? By the way, sir, I'm probably your OG fan, so remember me after you get famous. So I'm not really after fame. I mean that could be a nice bonus. I'm just really having fun, man. Uh, it's been a it's been great talking to you all, especially in times like this where I'm kind of alone in my house. It gets pretty lonely. Streaming is nice. Um, but I can't wait for my wife and kid to come back. I really wished I went with them. But I gotta work. I have work, and I gotta provide for my kids. Sometimes you gotta make some sacrifices. I heard Owl House took inspiration from WHA, Richard Atelier. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I think a lot of mangakas took a lot of inspiration from that. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this now. They ruin it. Okay, thought something happened there. Uh, and that was a complicated panel. Took me a while to finish, but there it is. How many do I need to do? One, just one. All done. This is done. Done. Two, three. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be quite a bitch to draw. Because this is the bottom part here will be another big panel, big landscape shot. I guess I'll just reserve this for tomorrow, or I could just draw it in a bit. Let's see. That's three more pages. Wow. And then, of course, I'm gonna do the dialogue here off screen because it's gonna spoil some stuff for my manga. So I'll just do that off panel. But yeah, this is some fun stuff. Hikari is an alcoholic. Um, tries to sneak away some sake there. They're brothers, by the way. I think I drew him a bit taller here. I need to shrink him down. Is she supposed to be that height? You're in stream on Saturdays, right? It's Saturday and Sunday. Although I am thinking of moving Sunday to. I'm thinking of moving my days to Friday and Saturday instead. I'll do that next week. But because I'm kind of like alone for the following week, I might stream every now and then. But my usual hours is 9 p.m. Philippines time, around Saturday and Sunday. The reason why I want to move it, I want to move away from Sunday is because nobody really watches on Sunday. Like on my best days on Sunday, I get like one or zero viewers, right, on YouTube. But on every other day, I get a lot of views. Well, by a lot, I mean like relatively a lot, but than my normal. I hope I can draw like you one day. Well, you gotta have to. Well, here's the thing. Okay, I don't like to sound arrogant, but it does take a lot of work. Um, if you want to draw like this, and you better start now. Uh, that's the thing, right? No, no, the second best time to start is right now. The first best time was yesterday. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And anyway, it's not like a race. It's you're not like trying to get better faster, because even I am still getting better at doing this, right? Um, yeah. So I need a lot of improvement still. I'm not the best artist out there, or nor do I even aspire to be the best artist. I just want to be a good enough artist, really. Uh, Well, I'm not gonna end the stream, but I'm just gonna take a bit of a breather. Okay, we can just chat for a little bit. I stretch my, because I'm gonna tackle this page next, which will take a long time to finish because of this background here, the background for this bottom panel. I'm 13 years old, man, and learning anatomy, and I'm halfway. Dude, you got a long way to go. I'm 34, and but you got a long way to go, dude. Just keep drawing. Here's my best tip. Okay, my number one tip for artists like you who are young is don't stress on the medium because I'm drawing on a tablet here. Go grab yourself a notebook and a pencil or a pen, not even a drawing book, like anything you can draw on, and just start drawing the stuff around you. Okay, start drawing the chair, the table, the lamp, the vase, the flowers, the trees, the houses, stuff like that. Don't even start with drawing faces first, okay, or anatomy. um here are the levels of art you need to worry about. Okay, first are is nature. Nature, so rocks, trees, landscape shots, things like that. Those are the easiest things to draw because we don't really, well, at least for me, right? I'm a city kid. I don't really see much of nature, so my eyes can tell if a tree is drawn in the wrong way. Okay, so the margin of error when you're drawing a tree or a mountain is very very low, or very very high. Yeah, very 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 high. The margin of error is very high, so you can make a lot of mistakes, and a tree will still look like a tree. And then the next stage after that is technology. So things like cars, buildings, cell phones, guns, things like those. Those are the next tiers because those require a lot of precision. So like straight lines, right? Straight lines like a cell phone. You need to have straight lines. Drawing a vehicle, those are really precise, and we see them every day. So I base this tier based on how often we see them, because the more we see them, the the lower the margin of error becomes. So, for example, if you draw a car the wrong way, our eyes notices that right away. Versus if you draw a tree a wrong way, we don't really notice that right away because we don't really see trees as much as cars anymore. Unfortunately, how depressing, right? Um, and then the next tier after that are human faces, because our brain has been trained to look at and identify human faces since we were born, right? It's like coded within our DNA to know to recognize another human face. So the margin of error of drawing faces is extremely low because of that fact. Um, by the way, may I ask what are your favorite mangas? My favorite manga would be it would be it's a difficult question. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna break that down into genres. Okay, my favorite sports manga is Slam Dunk. I don't have a copy of them anymore. I was young when I had them. Slam Dunk sports manga. Shonen manga would be it's a tie between Naruto and Bleach, only because I grew up with with those mangas. Okay, with shonen. So, but I would give Bleach an edge just because I drew a lot of Bleach when I was young, and I didn't really draw much Naruto when I was young. But the manga itself, it within itself, it's a tie for me. There is this, and there's this other manga. I think it's a shoujo manga. I forgot what it's called. Ray. It's not Ray Zero. It was Ray Zero, and then something else. It was a longer title, and it's not Ray Zero. It was about a fox girl living in Tokyo, and he meets a boy who can see spirits. Ray Zero something, and it's a romance action kind of horror mystery drama, but it was more shojo, to be honest with you. That's my favorite shojo. It's been so long that I read that I forgot the title, but I'll never forget the story. It was so good. Unfortunately, it ended abruptly. I think the artist had a problem with the publisher, and she ended it abruptly. Um, Favorite artist, mangaka artist, it has to be Inoue. I gotta remember his name. Takehiko Inoue. All right, that's my favorite manga artist of all time, just because of how crazy he draws the manga. He's insane. Okay, absolutely out of his mind. If you read Vagabond, um, what's another genre? Horror genre. I don't really read much horror genre. I can't answer. Maybe a Junji Ito. That's very a generic answer, really. Unfortunately, my eyes see the errors when I draw faces, but my hand won't cover. Yeah. So that's you got to train your hand too. Maybe it's like an eye hand coordination sort of deal. Um, what's the other genre? So what's the opposite of shonen? Seinen, right? I don't really read much seinen either. Is Witch Hat Atelier a seinen? No, it's not a seinen. Is it? Witch Hat Atelier is my most influential manga for me because it's the manga that made me start to draw or realize that I wanted to draw my own story. Or but Hirohiko Araki is the most influential manga artist because I read his book. Oh, by the way, if you wanna take this seriously, you gotta read his book. Not JoJo, okay? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He has another book. This book. Let me shift the camera again, and I'll be sure to shift back this time. Okay, guys. This book. Okay, this is from the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and every aspiring mangaka should read this stuff. Okay, this is like my Bible. I read this over and over and over again. It's not a manga; it's like an actual book, right? There are some pictures there, of course, right? So here's this section, but it's an actual book. It's a guide to how to make a good manga, and it is also one of the things. This and Witchet Atelier are the two things that made me wanted to write my own story. Um, so Jingo, I sent you some stuff by the way. A lot of it. I'll talk to you privately on stream after the stream, okay? On Discord. You got nice collection of figures, lol. Well, thank you. I plan to get rid of these three. Well, I'm not gonna get rid of them. I'm just gonna transfer them over there. I have more figurines over here. Um, and make all of that the straw hats. Okay, that's the plan. This is gonna be the straw hats section. I have more figurines over there. I have that big. Can I show it to you? Can I? I can't. Oh, come on. No, I can't show it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I can't show it. But you see that big legged girl over there? There it is. That's A2. It's a huge figurine. I love that thing. I can see her butt when I enter my room, enter my house. And I have a few Gundams. Right. Right there's big ass Gundam. And I have more Gundams there too. You can't see it, but it's like right in front of me. Got more figurines here. This girl. But I used to be a collector. But I kind of just switched my hobby to collecting figurines to instead collecting books, specifically manga. Excuse me. I don't know how to get the flow at all. Is that near? Yeah, it's near. I got that from Japan, and it was really cheap, by the way, when I got it from Japan. Because I compared it to the price here, it was almost double the price. If you bought that thing in the Philippines. Um, and yes, it came in a big box. I love big boxes, right? Bro's room is so cool. This is my living room. It's a small house. Um, from yeah, A2 from near, yeah. I wish I had this short hair version that she's so much hotter there. So much coolness. Aspire to get cool room in the future. Yeah, I just built them. They built this thing. I bought some stuff from Shopee. It's like Amazon in Asia. But yeah, man. I and also by the way, I'm a dad of a 4-year-old. I let him play with all my toys. Okay. The thing is that he knows how to take care of it. Really. So it's not a problem. I even let him play with my Gundams. Even though he breaks it, it's totally fine, man. It's just a toy. Cool, cool, dad. I aspire to get yeah. All right. I guess had my rest. I'm just gonna get more water and then we'll continue drawing. Okay. Let me shift the camera before I forget. Ooh, I see you have Guays. Do you like Wallop? I like Wallop's older drawings. I don't like too much of his newer ones because He started using 3D, and I don't like it. I mean, it's still good. I just prefer his older ones. But Guwei's is, yeah, my favorite artist as well. It's one of my favorite artists in general. Okay, I just listed all my favorite manga artists, but in my favorite artist in general is Guwei's over there. Um, Kid is lucky. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. But besides doing this, he is also one of my motivations on why I'm drawing what I'm doing. Right, I want my kid to look up to me, and one day he'll see a book in a bookstore and say, "Hey, my dad did that." So I'm kind of motivated by that right now. Oh, speaking of low camera angle, because we had that topic earlier, this is going to be a house drawn in a low camera angle. Okay, so we'll see more of the roof. So remember, horizon line at the bottom. Actually, the horizon line is not even here. It's so low right now that we can't see it like that. Like this. Wait. I think he uses Photoshop. Yeah, I use Photoshop. I want to make sure my kid feels lucky to have me as her or his father. Yeah, I guess that's like the goal, right? I want my son's role model to be me instead of getting them from outside my house. Instead of getting ideas from outside of my house, I want myself to be the primary role model for my kid. I guess that's the problem, right? If you're a parent, is you're kind of scared that your kid is gonna get influenced by other forces outside of your house, because then they're gonna get ideas, they're gonna start to rebel, which I already expect that to happen. And yes, that's why I want I want a bit more. I want my son to be proud of his dad, of his old man, right? That's like the thing here. Um, let's see. Yeah, this is fine. I think I have some stuff here. Oh, will you stream tomorrow? I'll be streaming tomorrow around the same time. Yeah. Remind me of Baki. Will you stream tomorrow? Yeah. What reminds me of Baki? Became a mangaka. Oh, okay. Mangakas whose daughter also became a manga. I haven't. You mean Baki the grappler? That's the thing that came to my mind. Whoops. There you go. Uh, okay. Let's draw something here. I think I should start here. Generational mangaka. I actually learned this from a client. This trick from a project from a client. I just copy paste this over and over again, and it creates this detail. Okay, like that. Yeah, the mangaka Baki, the grappler, his daughter became a mangaka too, um, of of B stars. Oh, really? I know B stars. I didn't know that. Interesting. I think there's a lot of like something like that in this industry, right? Because I know the author of Hunter x Hunter married the author of Sailor Moon. So, yeah, pretty interesting. Hmm. Yeah, it became a meme. Did it? Because I'm still out of touch. One more. Oh, a few more. Ow, something in my eye. Oops. How the Hunter offer pulled his wife. He was a mess, but I guess game recognized. I think I've heard of something like that. I wasn't. I just don't know the entire story of how that went. These bars are too thick. Ah, it's fine. Uh, okay, that's not technically correct on how you do a pagoda, but it's close enough. All right, it's okay. Um, yeah, I'm okay with this, even though it's wrong. I think it should go more like this, because I've drawn this before. I remember specifically how this part of the roof goes. Yeah, that's fine. So clean? Nah, not yet. Bit dirty. A lot of See a lot of granulations here, which will clean up a little bit now. Because I'm using a really thick brush, hard to control. Um, Let me actually review. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, Soul is in chat. Hmm, interesting. Is that Tolga? Uh, I'll okay. Is Soul still in chat? So it's in chat, right? You're. Not gonna lie, I had fun talking to this guy. Also, by the way, do you have an editor? Other mangakas have an even bigger ones. I'm curious if you have one. I wish I had an editor. I'm actually looking for an editor to check my my spellings, and also will to help me get create ideas, of sequences. But I don't have an editor. I don't have the money to hire one. Yeah, I would just say I'll talk to you more about it on privately. But for now, I'm just gonna say if I think you could learn from what's his name, the hentai doujin artist, the famous one. Let me remember his name. Shindo L. Right. I think he does a lot of paneling similar to mine, like traditional paneling. So the way I would approach NSFW hentai, am I allowed to say that on stream? Um, Mango is similar to how I would approach this, right? So, but instead of big reveals like this one, like this house here is going to be a big reveal. I would just instead have a big scene where it's kind of like your money shot. It's hard to explain without being a bit crude on stream. Okay, so um I can't really say much about that. But yeah, Shindo L, yeah, Shindo and then letter L, right? He's a popular cultured mangaka. Oh shit, I have minors here, right? I shouldn't be doing that. Um, yeah, no, no, no. Look, I'll just here. I'll just DM you on stream on freaking off panel of stream. Okay, I can't really say. Oh, sorry, I can DM you on Discord because I need help with one wants help me. Yeah, just talk to me on the Discord server. Okay. I'll hang out with you guys after the stream. Yeah, that one, Shindo L. So this is gonna go into my resume, isn't it? But I'll just talk to you more about it off stream, okay? That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm not gonna say anymore. You guys are gonna get me banned. So this is Jorge's place. He is kind of like the local um sheriff, so to say, and is the father of one of Hikari's friends. So she hangs out in this place. Well, a lot of them hangs out in this place. A lot of her friends hang out in this place. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, but I think I should try new things to feel the real season of life. Cool, but I suggest a more wholesome take personally. Yeah. I'm probably gonna have to delete the stream, right? This is not a good. It's not a good look. Okay, well that actually took a lot less work than I expected it to. So now I can just go back to my textures. I love this texture, by the way. For the houses, it makes things a lot easier. And space that there. Use the distort. Oh, you're very talented. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've just been just drawing really. Let's put that there. That should be good. It's a bit wonky. I can do better. Okay. Port. Yeah, about that much. I'm good with that. This is an okay. Yeah, it's all right. May I ask how old are you all? 27. I'm 34. Have you done a major fight for your manga, or is it upcoming? I'm not gonna spoil anything. No, I'm gonna answer that question. But I'll show you the one of the iterations of my manga. Okay, and this is not canon anymore, so I don't have a problem showing it to you. I'll just show you the fight section of it. This is where does it start? So here it starts here. So this is an older Hikari. Now where's my chat and my stream? So this is my one shot that I submitted with Kodakawa. This is an older Hikari, and so she gets into a fight because she kind of messes with this guy here who is a respected kind of senor. There's an organization here called the Consejo de Senor, and they hold the title of senor. Senor, I gotta say it the right way, right? And she wants to recruit him, but he isn't listening. So she kind of gets Hikari gets kind of pissed here, and she throws a brick to get his attention. It's kind of a comedic moment, but his goons here gets pissed off, and she gets chased. So yeah, so he finally hits him and knocks him out, but he gets chased by his goons, and this is where the action starts here. And she gets nailed down here with a rope. Okay, and actually starts the fight. There's this sweeping kick. She's in the ground, right? For shortened shot with the dodge here, and now he's kind of caught. She gets caught again. He's kind of stretched like this, and a punch is incoming. And then next page, boom, big drop kick right there into the face of this guy. And yeah, so we see the drop kick once again. I think I needed to splash some more effects here. We see the same drop kick, but this time it's a wide shot. And she kind of spins, pulling these two guys here towards her. And another. Oh, this is a Oh yeah, I remember I made a mistake. This is not supposed to be the next page. That's supposed to be the next page. So she pulls them up and then double kick right there. Bang. And that's her's like, oh, too slow. And then if we get to the beatdown. So she kind of knocks them down. Okay, and then next panel is she gets caught once again, and this time she drops to the ground. It's like, oh, not again with these ropes, right? And she get punched, and nothing happens. And yeah, this explanation. I didn't like this because I kind of rushed things here. And his grandfather, this is supposed to be a Master Oolong. He looks different here. Um, and she kind of what am I saying? Uh, ropes them away from with their own rope. And the explanation of my this is the explanation of my power system, which I have a more comprehensive explanation on my canon on the canon pages over at on Manga Plus. And this is Eldrick. This is supposed to be quote unquote the love interest, right? Um, kind of flirts with her a little bit here, but she doesn't like him. She's kind of like, oh, I don't know, yuck, like puking. And she gets chased again, more goons, and she flies away. Well, she doesn't fly; she just jumps really high. And later on, yeah. Anyway, that's more of the story. But I just wanted to show you the action parts, and somebody was asking in in chat. Uh, hype, huh? Yeah. There is a big action scene. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, just have to read it. Just gonna have to read it. Sorry. I knew these days were coming where I can't really talk about my manga anymore because I can't spoil stuff, right, obviously. But I love talking about my manga. You're gonna get me to spoil things anyway, right? Early version of Master looks like Obi-Wan. You know what? He does kind of look like Obi-Wan, but this is what he looks like now. That guy, Master Oolong, he raises Hikari and Aki here. Aki is his direct grandson, and there's a whole backstory about Aki's father here, which we'll explore. Chapter 2 is more Aki centric, while chapter 1 was more Hikari centric. Say it in Gollum's voice. what we what do you want to say in Gollum? I can't do a Gollum voice, man. Okay, that was actually easier than I expected. Let's now draw some trees behind this. I thought this was going to be a difficult draw because it's a big house. Uh, well, it was sort of okay. It's still difficult. Draw some trees here. Yeah, because it's a low angle, we wouldn't be able to see the bushes. Say it, say it. Okay, okay. Um, hmm. This part. Just be that. We should see part of the house of Orlong's farmhouse behind him. Let's just draw that. Just part of it, right? Not the entire thing. Like this part. Okay, good enough. Have you drawn fan art before? I have. I've drawn. If you see my, also that's a fan art of A2 and 2B. Um, I did all that, by the way. My wallpapers. Also, I'll be selling prints very soon. I'm just waiting for my website to finish. Do you want to see my some of my art? I'll finish this and I'll show off some of my art. Who have I done? I've done fan art of Toph a very long time ago, and that painting is outdated now. And I kind of want to do a fan art of Toph again. Who else have I done fan art? Fan art of Nilo from Genshin Impact. If you guys know Magic Knight Ray Earth, I've also done fan art for that. Very old anime. Um, who else have I drawn? Oh, Fiorina. I've drawn Fiorina from again Genshin Impact twice. Raiden Shogun. I was a big Genshin Impact fan, if you can't tell. Back in the day, not so much anymore. I think it's too convoluted nowadays. I mean, the story of Genshin Impact. But man, the early day Genshin Impact was so good. A little later, okay. I want to finish this page, and then I think there's one other page. Is it one more page or two page? Let me see how many pages I have to do. That's done. That's done. This one and this one and this one. So 3 pages. Okay, I'm just gonna move all that here. Where's the other page? 3 pages after this. Then I'll call it the night after I finish it. Fina Fan Arts, that's so peak. Yeah, I did Nilug, Fiorina, and Raiden for Genshin Impact. Toph, the Near Girls. What else have I done? Oh, I did a Uncle Iroh. Uncle Iroh fan art. He's drinking tea below a tree. Pretty cool. I love Uncle Iroh. So good. And I did an Inuyasha fan art too of Sesshomaru. I don't think there's enough fan art of Sesshomaru. I remember they released Noel. Noel was my favorite. Noel. I don't remember who Noel. 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 Genshin Impact. Oh, you mean the maids? The big. Wasn't she free? Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know Noel. Yeah. I forgot all about her. But she's well designed, by the way. I wish she was more of a mainstay, but she's a throwaway character now. But definitely love Noelle, yeah, for sure, for sure. Sesshomaru my hobby, yeah, dude. My wife was crushing all over Sesshomaru while we were watching that thing. So I made her a fan art. Where was that the thing that I was drawing? I lost it. This is so unorganized, right? Here it is. But yeah, my next fan art would be it has to be tough. It has to be tough. It's been a while. Yeah, I didn't like Inuyasha. Like the brooding cool ones. Uh uh yeah. I actually like Inuyasha actually grew into me. Well, grew into me? That sounds wrong. It grew the show grew in me, okay? And also the character. I didn't like Yashahime. I thought it was like it's just I wanted more of Inuyasha. I didn't really care about his kids. There was too many uh inconsistent thing with Yashahime. Too many out of nowhere ass pull, you know, things that wasn't supposed to happen and then it happens. I didn't like Yashahime. All right, let's color this thing. That took me a long time. It's not even finished yet. Wait, hold on. What's wrong with this? Oh, what? I hate Kagome and Kikyo. The angst of being mistaken every time. I didn't like Kikyo. I hated Kagome and Kikyo and the angst. Okay, you said it twice. I didn't like Kikyo. I didn't mind Kagome. I think she was okay. She she was definitely a an annoying character at the beginning, but she grew on me too. My favorite was Sango. So cool, such a cool character. Sango and what was the cat's name? The fox. That was kind of cool too. A Shippo, right? Shippo. I wish they did more of him, but he was just a comedic relief. Really, didn't really have anything to do with anything at all. Didn't really contribute much. I wish they did something similar to Osop, where even though he's the weakest, he still contributes quite a lot. Whoops. I hated every time Kikyo was in screen, really. It was so infuriating, lack of a better word. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that. Okay, that's colored. Forget about the windows. Mm-hmm. Uh, wait, is Hikari designed inspired by Inuyasha? Just asking. No. It's inspired by a Gachiakuta character actually. Um, I haven't read the manga, nor have I finished the anime. I think I'm almost finished with the anime. Um, for Kagame, the angst, whenever chases. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But she is based on Yo from Gachiakuta, and I just kind of added the ears later on. But that was his her initial um inspiration is Hyo from Gachiakuta. I didn't even know who that character was. Okay, I was just looking for hairstyles um for the character, And then I came across the design of Hyo, and I was like, immediately, I was like, okay, this is such a cool character, man. This is such a cool look with the inverse bob cut. I had to copy it, and then I didn't want to just copy it. I wanted to make something on my own out of it. So I added some tiny details with her, like the ears thing. I really like the hairstyle. Yeah, it's really cool. But at the moment, since this is a younger Hikari, she doesn't have that hairstyle yet. But on the one shot that you just saw with the action scene, she already has that was an older Hikari, and she has that haircut. Hikari is in the current story. She's not really young, just younger than the one that you just saw. But she's like on her 20s, in her early 20s there. She starts off in the beginning of the story. She starts off at around 15, but there's a time skip in the manga, and she lives there for years. To be honest with you, I haven't really decided the age, but since there's a running gag that she's an alcoholic, I gotta make her not a minor. You know. Man, I'm no, okay. This is fine. I think I just need to change these colors instead. Reminds me of Ghost, and oh yeah, she has that hairstyle too, but she doesn't have that look. That mean look that Hio has. It's hard to explain. Okay, let's add a little bit more detail here because it looks very bland to me. Scratches, cracks here, thicker shadows around here. Things like that. Hmm. Turn this off, and let's add a lantern hanging from the roof. Were you interested in comics too? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm more of a Marvel guy, but I have read some DC comics too. Actually, I've only read one DC comic, which was All Star Superman. But I've read a couple of comics from Marvel, mostly Thor comics, right? The God Butcher. Um, what other else? Siege, where Thor fights the Sentry. He wins, by the way. What else? But I've read a few. Thor is definitely my favorite, but just because I've read a lot of his comics. Oh yeah, the is it 2017 run of Secret Wars? That was so sick. The way should I spoil it? No, I'll just spoil it. Who cares? The way Thor dies there, so cool. Because Thor dies in Secret Wars and in the comics. Anyway, but the way he goes out, man, like one of the coolest deaths of all time. Oh yeah, he shows up fighting Null too. Coolest entrance of all time. Oh yeah, Thor dies in Secret Wars. Yeah, spoilers. I don't know if they're gonna do that in the movie. Okay, but just in the comic book, he dies. Oh no, it's okay. I'm fine. That was line art. Are they filming Secret Wars? Yeah, but it's also based on a comics called Secret Wars. So in Secret Wars, the comic book, the universe kind of ends, and I guess that they're going for that on the big screen too. Let me know if I should stop talking if you guys don't wanna spoil yourself. But in the comic book, the world ends through this thing called the incursions, where universe are slamming against each other. Play with Loki. Well, the way he goes out on that comics, right? But they're fighting these creatures, this race called the Beyonders. And I'm not talking about the hero or the Beyonder, um, the one that they also found on the Beyondverse, the actual race of the Beyonders, and they are strong enough to kill the Living Tribunal, which is the number two of the One Above All. The One Above All is the strongest, all powerful entity in the entire Marvel universe. He's basically the creator of the entire universe, right? And so the Beyonders are powerful enough to kill the number two of like literal god. So Thor, along with I think it was the multiversal Avengers. Is it the multi? No, no, it was the Universal Avengers. Thor, Starbrand, Hyperion. I think Captain Marvel was there. No, I don't think Captain Marvel was there. But some of the so, some of the universe's strongest heroes, and Thor is there. Is about to fight like hundreds of Beyonders. Is Peter in? I don't know who Peter is. Oh, you mean in Deadpool? I don't think that's. I think that's the MCU. And then they realize they can't they're barely defeated one Beyonder, and by the time they defeated one Beyonder, Hyperion is blind. Hyperion, by the way, is the Marvel equivalent of Superman. It's not the Sentry, right? Also the Sentry maybe. And then Thor is missing both of his arms. One of his arms. He has he's missing both of his arms, but one of his arm is like the Winter Soldier, his metal arm. So he doesn't have his arms, and he doesn't have Mjolnir there too. He has Jornborn, his axe. Um, so freaking Hyperion is like, brother, will you wait for me on? Will you wait? Will you? What was it? Hyperion says to Thor, brother, will you wait for me in Valhalla? And then Thor like lays down a hand, like, I will race you there, brother. And it's like, so cool, man. Brother, I will race you there. And then they charge in, just the two of them. The multiversal Avengers has been defeated, and then it's just Hyperion and Thor with one arm with Jornbjorn racing towards hundreds of Beyonders when they couldn't even they barely defeated one, and there's like thousands of Beyonders in front of them. It's like, I'll race you there, brother, and they all explode in like this amazing panel, and it's so insane, dude. It's so cool. If Thor goes, if that happens in the movie and Thor goes, I wouldn't be mad. That's a heck of a way to die. And Hyperion is this like good guy, right? This like Superman. Well, I don't know if they're gonna do that. It's just a spoiler of the comic book. Anyways, let me know if you want me to stop though. But Hyperion is this Superman esque kind of character. He has all the powers of Superman and also the attitude of Superman being a Boy Scout. And Thor just kind of corrupts him. Like, oh, you want to drink? You know, let's want to get drunk. And it's like and Thor's like this bad influence to freaking Hyperion, right? Because Hyperion's like a Boy Scout. He's like, I don't get drunk. I don't want to get drunk. I don't want to do bad stuff. It's like, oh brother, you want to get drunk? And Hyperion is like this clean shaven, and by the end of it, it's like he copies the beard of Thor as well as his hair. I like Thor in Ragnarok. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ragnarok is pretty fun. I haven't watched This Is Peak. Yeah, that's so peak, man. I kind of want to do something like that with my manga too. Those kind of story beats, it's really inspiring, right? I want to copy that, and not that exact scene, okay? And I'm not gonna copy anything, but that sort of virtue. I want to put that into my manga where like it's very manly. Like you will you wait for me in heaven, brother? It's like, brother, I will race you there. Okay, that kind of dialogue, that kind of interaction, it's so good, man. I love that. Uh, God of War, I want to play as him. I wish, right? I wish there was a God of War 4 version. A Brotherhood, yeah, exactly. Yeah, those moments are peak. That feeling it gives viewers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I don't wanna jump into those kind of things in my story right away. I wanna first make you care about my characters, and then we'll do some crazy stuff with them, right? Because you don't get those you wouldn't get the same feeling if you didn't know Thor, if you just did that out of the bat with Thor. You get that feeling because you know who Thor is, you know what he's about. So I want to do that first, okay, with my characters. But it is exciting though. I want to get there one day. Did it gray? Oh, okay. I thought I was painting with a gray, or a not a screen tone. Uh, this page is almost done. Almost. All right, that should be good. Let's draw the trees now once again. Oh, I think I already did. No, I didn't. Where is this located? Here. I'm making too many unnecessary layers here. To be honest with you, it's uh, it's very wasteful. Marin is scream. Oh, dude, that was such a cool moment. I was right there with him, man. I was right there with him when he screamed. What did he scream again? Advance. How do you say advance in Japanese? I forgot. Whoops. Okay, that should be it. Let's draw some sky. This has been a really big page. I'm glad I did this. This is pretty cool. Sasageo? No, that's Shinzo wo Sasageo. Give your hearts. But Aaron's a pretty cool character. He's probably my favorite character of all of Attack on Titan. Yeah, definitely one of my no, not one of my favorite character in Attack on Titan. My favorite scene was the death of Hanji. It's one of those things again, when you get hyped. All right. So if you notice there, going back to the manga, I'm putting more emphasis on detailing this big house here because it is an important scene. But Orlong's house here is just, just very basic, no rendering because it's not. I just treat it as a texture. And if I detail that, it's gonna take away from the character too, which I don't want to do. I want to work on this a bit more, to be honest with you. I think we can do better. It's a little bit, yeah, not too much. Okay, that's good. Let's group that. Now let's render the characters. My heart words when reminded. Yeah, it's a nice all coming together. Yeah, it is. Uh, I would recommend if you love Attack on Titan. I love their music, by the way, the orchestra. The Grisny project version of Vogel. That's one of their music. It's like the best version of that in Attack on Titan. I recommend you listen to it on YouTube. The I don't even know how to pronounce it, but something like that. Well, it's so cool, so powerful. Sasha's death too. That kind of came out of nowhere though, which is really good, but it doesn't really give me too much of an impact than Erwin's death, right? Where it was like hyped as you know. When Sasha appeared at the very end, spoilers for Attack on Titan. Um, that definitely um made my throat hurt. More so, Jane and Connie's reaction to her really was the thing. Hmm. Okay, that's it. That's for the page. I think Master Oolong's face here needs a bit more help. We draw some stuff. Here, more wrinkles, more hatching lines. Face. There we go. Woo! Finally finished that. That was like the biggest page. So everything else here should be a breeze now. I think this hand looks weird. It should be just a little bit thicker here, like this. And there's a bone here, like that. Okay, that's better. A little bit better. Also make it better by um, doing this. Well, I love seeing the progress. Hey, yeah, it's pretty cool. From scratch, right? From well, not from scratch, but definitely. Whew. I'm getting a bit winded, to be honest with you. I got one more page after this. I think this one, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Make it darker. I actually want to stream a bit longer because I really got nothing to do. But also I want to get some rest. I need to write down things you do, man. I'll make a video of my process um from scratch to finish. Tomorrow, if I can, I'll make one more page for this week, totaling of 14 pages now. If I can make one more page tomorrow, I'll be on 14 pages for chapter 2. Which should put me on the 1/5, almost 1/3 away, because I have 50 pages for chapter 2. This entire thing is not really a flashback, but it's a memory. Not really a memory. Sort of like things happening far away, sort of thing. And these two guys' faces is supposed to be vague. Okay. Especially how you handled that hand problem. Is this the same manga that you'll submit on the competition, or a different one? It's a different variation of chapter 1, slightly different, where I reduce it to pay because chapter 1 has 44 pages. So it's that story but reduced to 18 pages instead. So it's vastly different but has the same message. And handle the hand problem. Yeah, yeah. I just needed some guide. Sometimes when I'm drawing, I'm really like zoomed in, like right like this, and I don't notice the problem until I zoom out. So that's kind of the thing there. Also keep track on the percent of completeness. I believe it be useful for me to generally describe a scene with words in notes app. I guess so. Yeah, it's that's like half the problem, right? When you're writing, you have to be able to understand what the scene looks like in your head as you're writing. Tomorrow, if you're gonna be here, I'm going to um well, I'm gonna draw an entire page from scratch again. Okay, so you can take notes. There's not really much about this page, right? It's just a Aki is reading a letter. Whoa, I'm missing a did I just put it somewhere? Huh, that's weird. Where's my other brush pack? Hmm. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I thought I randomly placed it somewhere. Ah, I just put it black there. Fine. Okay, cool. I'll try to catch your stream. I really just want to have a decent system of underlining knowledge of this manga paneling stuff. So I'd be a lot easier for me to decide. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Um, yeah, tomorrow we'll stream a page from scratch because by the time I stream this stuff, I've already finished most of it because I have like Mondays to Fridays to work on this thing, which I just sneak it into my workload for my actual mangas, my client work for my manga because also working on other mangas too. What's your manga about? Soul. Okay, Soul has a manga. I think I'll have him explain it to you. I don't want to say anything about Soul's manga. But when I have a problem too. I've been told this in the past that I draw characters inconsistently. Um, I'm pretty sure that I do. I also notice that more and more. I try to avoid it, but it's I'm still trying to learn. I think the important part is that they're still recognizable as those characters. Hmm. This is the arrival of the messenger. This is page one, I think. All right, that should do with the characters. Let's draw the house behind them. So 11. Oh, I'm drawing the wrong layer once again. Should turn it off. Hmm. For me, line art is a kryptonite. Jinga man, I wonder how you can keep up with things and add the client work, your own manga, and well, I have a system, right? The Monday I do this, Tuesday I do that, and I just kind of sneak my work onto those workflow. So the system definitely helps me organize my thoughts and as well as my client work. So yeah, I recommend doing that. But even if you don't have a client, having a system, which I have a video coming up for that too. Don't worry, I have a video for everything. I'm just waiting for for them to finish. Not a manga yet, but some ideas and really okay. You started out okay. sort that out with this feels off. Is this not? Oh, it is straight. Why doesn't that feel straight? Is it just me? Am I tripping? This feels bent. I'm tripping. Um, that's a really interesting premise. Groundhog Day. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the perspective is wrong. It feels so wrong for some reason. I think it's because of this bench. Yeah, this bench is it's swanky. Okay. Let me fix that. Should be like that. All right. That looks good. I knew this was going to be the hardest um, thing I would do. This house in this perspective. It's an awkward perspective. I don't know what it is. I think the bench is there's something wrong with the bench. That looks fine. Now that doesn't look fine. I don't know why I drew it this way. All right, that's so much better. We'll fix the line art there later. Okay. Now I can draw it properly. There you go. Is it properly? A little bit wonky, but it's better than before. Why is he stuck? Oh, yeah. I think the bench needs the nudging. Yeah, yeah. I think I'll make a concept. So there's the idea. This bench. Who drew this bench? No, I did. Sucks. All right. Okay, that's a bit better. A little wonky. This is why you need a guide every time you draw a anything in perspective. Okay. See, look at that. Should be like this. That's so much better. I feel like my eyes is playing tricks on me. Yeah, it's so weird. Let's just erase that for now. Actually, no, it's okay. This one looks good. Mm. I'm really eyeballing it. Okay, I'm not. There's no measurement here. Nothing complex. It's just eyeballing. Page one. There it is. And the screen door right there. Oh, okay, that looks good to me. Screen door right there. Perspective. Whoa, too much. Yeah, around there. Nothing to it. Another jingo that you don't flip your canvas. Oh, I don't really have to anymore because this is just really a background stuff. I'm not really. I don't really need to flip my canvas. Not for this at least, but for my characters, you'll see me flip my canvas. I actually have a trick so that you'll never have to flip your canvas. I'll show it to you. I'll demonstrate it very quickly. Okay, one moment. So if you do this right, let's turn it off. If you go to Photoshop and use the symmetry tool, so I usually do this when I'm drawing a character. Well, yeah. So when you draw here, for example, like a face, see how it's all also shaped here like this. So you don't have to flip the canvas. You can just look at the other side of it. Okay. And you can switch from, you know, um, this side to this side, right? Does that make sense? So there's no need to flip the canvas. That's a neat trick if you're using Photoshop. Uh, Also about the homeless assassin. What's your manga? Symmetry is so good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And yeah, we would love to read your manga, man. Once you finish it, you make sure to share it on the Discord. Yeah. Well, up to you. Finally, I'm into just coloring this thing. Could be a big deal. Oh, I need to add texture too. Damn it. Oh yeah, it's like a mirror. What the fuck? Nothing gonna do this. Yeah, this fixes everything. Oh yeah, of course. I know, right? Um, I do that with all of my drawings. To be honest with you, especially big drawings. But so what I do right is I have because I kind of record these things too. So here's a trick. So for example, um, you're drawing. Wait, let me just turn off the layers. So you're drawing a something here. I'm just gonna draw some a red here, a nice red. You're drawing something here, but for me, because I do YouTube, I kind of want to record this thing, but at the same time, I don't want to my other. Wait, let me do redo that. Okay, so I'm drawing something here. So I kind of want to record this, but I don't want to record the entire thing. It doesn't look good on a YouTube video. So I just want to record this part of the drawing. So what I do is I go to change my canvas, which is Control Alt C, I think, and then multiply the width to times 2.5. Okay, so now you'll have, let's make it all white. You'll have this. Okay, let's draw a black line in the middle there. Oops, that looks like, I don't know what that looks like. And now I will just record this part of this. Do that, right? And then symmetry tool. Whoops. You can draw something here, something here. Record this part and draw on this part, so it speed paint looks good. This is a quick tip. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what I do anyway when I'm recording. Recording sucks, by the way. A lot of my clients wants me to record my drawings. It absolutely sucks. Even with my YouTube videos, the amount of time that I will be able to do this without recording, it, this will be been done for you know ages ago. It's not because it's not, I'm not talking about streaming. Okay, I'm just talking like about recording. It's because I have to set everything up so that it looks good on the recording. It's not just about drawing, and that takes a while. You'll be surprised. Hmm. This has been a fun stream, by the way. I haven't streamed this long for a long time. There you go. Oh yeah, that should be done. Couple things I can add here. There's still some work to be done with these pages, especially the dialogue. Which I'll just allocate that off stream because the dialogue will have some spoilers. I don't want spoilers. Something like that, maybe. Dark here. Not there. And that's it. I don't have anything else to add. Oh, I'm just gonna take a break for a bit, yeah? Have I it's been streaming for 5 hours? Has it been that long? Jeez, it's almost 5 hours. Tried home making home the homeless assassin a reality at the start with the artist friend, but the thing it didn't work. You know the messenger's name. Um, he actually doesn't have a name. He's not a character that's going to be prominent on the in the story. He's just a he's just a messenger. But if I was gonna give her a name, what why don't you give him a name, a Japanese name? Okay, it's gonna be a I'm gonna give it to my audience. Uh, respect the hustle. Well, there's two ways I could take the messenger character. Um, because there's another character that's kind of mischievous. Gen was a nice name. Okay, we'll give that. We'll workshop that. Any other suggestions? Let's give him a lesser cool name. You know what? That could be cool. You know, having a mundane name could be misleading. You know, it's like a cool character, but they seem to be a villain or something like that. I simp for him. All right, all right. Well, I'll think about making him a more prominent character. Okay. Naming the character messenger in Japanese, I would wonder what would the sound. Well, it has to be either Chinese, Japanese, or Korean because this region of the world is has that kind of aesthetic, right? Have you guys seen my world map? I bet you have because I've been talking about this obnoxiously. So this is the world map. This is where they are right now near the barrier, and um, this entire place is Japanese and Chinese and Korean inspired. Kind of like a mix of all three cultures. Taigami. That's a nice sounding name. Um, naming the character messenger in Japanese, I wonder what it would sound like. 10 million fan arts of the messenger. Yeah, yeah, definitely. But yeah, this is the world map. I'm very proud of this. I'll show this off any chance that I have. Okay. But also, by the way, when you're writing, when you're world building, having a world map is really important. I've actually find I actually find myself looking back and forth with this map more than I expected to, because it's like the location is important to the character, right? And this is actually the story of Final Fortress is actually a traveling story, similar to say Journey to the West or Inuyasha, where they travel around the world. So the map is very important, and where they go is very important. Where I draw the scene where they are is very important. So for example, when they're traveling across this bridge, I have to draw a bridge near a lake. So yeah, those things are important. Also storytelling. Yeah, storytelling when you're writing, having a map is also very useful, because I can say, oh, okay, they go into, let's say, in the Hikari plain. So okay, where do I want them to go next? So let's look at the map. Oh, they could go to the port, or they could go to Buta Outpost, or further south, right? So where can they go? So I'll write that down. Or they could go here. So, and also wrote some lore into some of these, not all, but some of these places too. So I can, you can create story beats out of that. So making a world map when you're world building and writing your story, it's not necessary, but it's a big help. I claim the messenger, dude. You're all thirsting into that messenger, eh? It kind of looks like Genshi, to be honest with you, from the Apothecary Diaries. No chance. I made him fan art already. Send it to Discord. Remind me of Lord of the Rings map. It is kind of inspired of Lord of the Rings. So yeah, that's where I started taking inspiration from it. A map, yes, world building, lore. Yeah, there's some lore into these places into individual villages. So Virgil Village is way around here, so they'll have to travel all the way here before you can get to that action sequence that I showed you earlier. That takes place in Virgil Village at the end of the first section of the arc. Um, which won't be from like we won't even touch that until much later on, because chapter 3 will start the traveling arc, the traveling. Chapter 3 will start traveling, and we're gonna go here in Korheim Fields and Skeldport. These two are connected, and it's a big village, and it's a big port, and it's a farmland. It's big. There's big farmlands, and there's a murder mystery here going on too. um, but yeah, the letter that the messenger gives them will be the motivation for them to travel around the world. So it's kind of like a big mystery box, so to say. But I love this thing, man. I go back and forth to this thing and just create stories in my head of what happens in like Kojo or Noxan Vale. Noxan Vale will be an important city, as well as this one. This thing is the final fortress, the actual fortress of the entire world, and this is the center of the world. The red circle here is the barrier, and what's outside of it is just death and destruction, right? People do venture out through expeditions outside of the barrier, and adventurers, they have to be like prepared, right? They are the power system that I have is called the like rune magic, and so there are these special stones with special properties, and they kind of counter the dredging effects of the dredged lands. And yeah, the adventurers use them to go outside and survive for a while. They're also like unsettling creatures outside of the dredge, outside of the barrier, and in the dredged lands. One sec. Uh, Kind of like the I forgot what it's called. I wrote them down. I wrote the creature down, but it's supposed to look at you. It's not gonna attack you or anything, but it's like this giant shadow in the distance that is constantly looking at you. And when you don't know, you don't really feel them looking at you unless you look at them first. And then when you do, you will forever be in their gaze. Even if you're indoors, or like you're in a tent, for example, or you're in your house, you will still feel them look at you. You'll still have this eerie feeling that somebody is looking at you. So those are pretty cool. The voyeur in the rain, um that's another thing that a creature that when it rains outside the dredge, or outside the barrier in the dredge lands, there are some certain rules that you have to follow. Otherwise, the voyeur in the rain will take something from you. Things like that. But we won't even explore the dredge lands until much later on. But yeah, it becomes really important. Um, but I really wanted something outside of the world that's kind of unexplored, something beyond the comprehension of the people living inside the barrier. That's so creepy. I love creepy creatures. Yeah. Um, there's also the whisperer, where it's not really explained um what it is, but some adventurers report that they hear whispers um um outside the barrier, and sometimes the whispers, they don't know what it is, but the whispers can either send you to your death or rescue you from certain deaths, and it's not to be trusted. But yeah, nobody knows where it comes from, and even if you close your ears, you'll still hear the whisper. So things like that, unsettling things. What happens if you have a scientist type thing? Scientist? Like you intentionally get watched by the shadow and go somewhere dark where no light can enter physically. What will happen? And the thing is that when you go inside indoors, it's not that they're looking at you, it's that you'll feel them looking at you still, even though that they're not, right? You'll never escape that feeling. It's like a curse, really. They're harmless. They won't attack you, and if you approach them, they'll just get further away. So similar to how you, similar how you approach a rainbow, and it just keeps getting further away. So they have some spatial paradox to them too. Um, you know how the train dragon, like a classification, a train a dragon. How to Train Dragon. Yeah, there. I do. I actually have a book like that. It's not drawn yet, but I have written a herbology book from inside the barrier and also outside the barrier. A runic book. Different stones. The power system. Have different effects. Also, I have a locations and curses as well as creatures. There because there's this faction called the Dredge, which is the main antagonist of the entire story, and then there are otherworldly creatures too that is not of the Dredge, but they're just dangerous. They have type of eldritch being. They are kind of eldritch, more cosmic entity kind of thing. Have you read Lord of Mystery? I was actually gonna pick up Lord of Mystery last week. It was that or this manga called Nana. I actually chose Nana to my regret. I didn't enjoy Nana, to be honest with you. Um, but I'll pick up Lord of Mystery later. Do you have to drop the notes someday? I would eat them up. Well, you know what? I'll once I maybe I'll finish volume one first, which is around 200 something, less than 200 pages, and then I'll create the what's it called? There's a name for it, right? A lore book, maybe. Yeah, I'll create lore book for you guys. Um, they draw those creatures and start extract information from them. They can't do that with the the watchers. They have spatial paradox. You can't really catch them. They'll just go further away. The When you run towards them, they'll just go further away, like a spatial paradox. We've been promised the lore and knowledge book. I'll definitely do that. It's on my list of things to do. I'll probably sneak in. What I could do is reduce the number of pages every week. Because I can do 8 or 9 pages. I'll just do 7 or 8, and then I'll just drop some lore drawings there, here and there. Right? Okay, that could be cool. I'm on my another fan of Praise the Fool. We've been promised lore. We'll see Jingo's story. Let's let him cook. Yeah, it'll come. I'm only one guy. I wish I had a editor. Really, that's really what I need right now. Somebody to check my spellings, because English is my second language, so I don't. Sometimes I kind of miss stuff, and I'm a bit dyslexic too, like clinically dyslexic. Just a little bit, okay. Not really like stupid. They're dyslexic, can't spell, but just a little bit. Yeah, so that's all for me for now, guys. I think I've finished everything. I've been enjoying this stream, by the way. This was a really fun stream. Well, the exploration of above the red line, it reminds me of, hey, you know what? That's actually the inspiration for it, the Expedition 33. In fact, over here is the buffer zone, which is like the intro to the expedition 33 when they land, right, and then they get wrecked. So the buffer zone is also very important. Um, the Southernlands, and but the goal of the characters is to go outside the dredge. That's the ultimate goal. And before they can do that, they need a lot of things to do. So they're gonna have to venture around the world first. So that's gonna be the 3 acts. 2 acts. 3 acts? Yeah, 3 acts. So first is roaming around the world. Next is the dredge lands, and then the return home. Buffer zone. Wait, hold up. Would this mean there might be other safe zones? It's not exactly a safe zone for humans though. So I'm just gonna put it that way. What about they set up a camp and fort types? There are they don't have that. It's the so the way the dredge works is that there's this toxic bog in the air, and you have to have this thing called the rune of rejuvenation at all times, and it doesn't last long. So the rune of rejuvenation lets you breathe within this bog for a certain amount of time, and adventurers can carry like 10 to 20 at a time, so they can last pretty long. And but they have to return. They have to account for the journey and journey home, journey towards and journey home, right? So that's the thing. They can't stay on the dredge. Uh they do have checkpoints though for other expeditions that have been done in the past. And well, an expedition they need a few things, like they need to find a cartographer because they need to map out the world around them, because the dredge didn't just take over the world, they also transformed the land. So yeah, they need to remap the entire world. For Lord of Mysteries, you really need to hold up until 170 chapters at least, because it can get info dump. I actually tried to watch the anime of Lord of Mysteries, and I just kind of got overwhelmed. It's like, oh my, what the hell is going on? And I got a recommendation that the manga is so much better, and it's much more well explained than the anime. And so that's why I was interested in grabbing Lord of Mysteries. But I chose Nana instead, to my regret, actually. The book, the actual manga for or web book, can you even call it the manga, for Lord of Mysteries, is it's pretty sick. The artwork is pretty sick. I really love it. The cover art especially. It's so simple. I had a good time. Yeah, man, me too. I'm gonna take a rest. I'm kind of out of breath, to be honest with you. I'm feeling a bit dizzy because I've been talking quite a lot. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I will draw a manga from scratch, okay? And I'll show you the script. I'll show you how I panel stuff. I think I've already done that too. I think I did that last week, or was it the other week before, where I drew a manga from scratch. But Promised Neverland made me cry. It was really good, but the anime was pretty bad. The manga is pretty good. All right, guys, I really gotta go. You guys have a nice day. I'm gonna take a break. See ya. Bye bye.